37 bastard months spent supporting a so-called full-time streamer. Eyes emoji, smiley face emoji. Can't wait to see what the rest of the cycle brings, and into FM26 we go. Yes, Matt. You are very much missed, when we are used to you being here, sick heart. Morning everyone. Hope you had a great time off and the Scottish weather was good to you. I was starting to suffer from withdrawal from the lack of streams. Let's get this finished and win the league and the big one, up the Sochaux. Oh hello, who is this attractive man, competent streamer that just appeared on my screen? And why do I want to ask him how Scotland was?
Chatto! It's me again, that man from the bottom corner of your screen and your dreams over the past few weeks. Coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, we've got a youth intake. If I recall correctly, it's going to be shit, but we can console ourselves knowing that we know lots more things about FM26 and the excitement and hype can begin to build. Thank you for the resub, I'll get there in a second, because I have many more things to say, all of which I've currently forgotten. All that and more coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons. There's no stirrups. Poor intro. Pipe down. You'll be Prince mod by the end of the stream. I'm just saying. Hello, chat. Okay, I can calm down now. 6 out of 10. I'll take it. Could be worse. Suspect, you changed your name. You'll change your colour of your name. First the colours of the wind and now this. Dear. Sweden is awake. I think I just woke them up, quite frankly. If they weren't awake, they are fucking now. I had to tell you they had to use your code to buy FM26. I'm so sorry, Husby. At this difficult time for both of us, you will get a discount. I will receive a small commission. We could perhaps do a prayer circle between us to console our loss in this difficult time. Thank you, Drew. Right, I've got some things to catch up on. First, I'm going to put that down like that. Didn't trigger the intro again. Brilliant news. Love to see it. There's so many resubs. Holy shit, chat. It's almost like you like me or something. Ugh. Ew. Bill, thank you very much for the 37 months. Lord Richard, thank you for the 61. Oh, that was almost like death metal. FM Gang, thank you for the 22. And where are we up to? Gordo as well with the 30. Nope, with the 51. Got it wrong already. Chris with the 12. No. It's 10 or 12. Have both. Why not have both? Honestly, enjoy both. That's 22. Saz with a 36. And Credders. As I said that, I'm recharged like a Duracell bunny. Watch me burn myself out over the next 4 hours and then never speak again. Stockholm Syndrome. Yeah? Or is it the other way around? Have you, chat, given me Lisbon Syndrome? Which, from what I remember, is the opposite of that. Yeah, I think I could go with Lord Richard. Maybe not. I will need tonsil surgery within days. Adam, thank you very much for the 25 months. It's been a busy morning. I did my interval training. It was beautiful outside. I've had creatine, and now I've got coffee, which will actually calm me down if anything. Hello, Hayden. Yeah, numbers. What are numbers? I only recognise numerals at this point. 42 days. Is it really? And think about it like this. It's probably going to be a lot sooner, realistically, because if beta's 2 weeks prior, we're looking at about the 20th, right? So we're probably under a month to go until the beta, you'd think, unless there's some drastic changes to it at this point, which is exciting times. It means we've probably only got maybe 2 more maybe 3 full seasons of Sochaux left. I saw you lost your star man, Hayden. Rips in chat for you there. Weight training. Well, basically, Pog and I came to the conclusion after doing some reading that creatine can pretty much benefit most people, and so we decided to give it a go. It's good for recovery, if nothing else, so I've been using that and lifting all sorts of things. I'm actually lifting this desk right now. That's not with my hands, obviously. I'm just solely with my knees. Right, off that screen. They can't do pre-orders yet? Really? With what? Wouldn't you like to know? With Inferno's head, obviously. Dear. So, we had a couple of games, a couple of days after last stream. It was just basically Champions League squad registration. Good news, everybody. I was able to register everybody. We have lucked out. I was able to take a couple of guys out that we weren't using anymore because we'd lost a few people, and there was a couple new guys that count as under 21. So we've got
to see you back and good to know that absolutely nothing happened in football while you were gone. Thoughts on the new Pittsburgh Penguins tryout goaltender? This flurry kid looks like he has some potential.
He could go a very long way, but too many pranks. He's got to get the pranks under control. Most ridiculous name. Yes, I'd like to invest in that. We've just got this optimum nutrition one, pretty much. So last stream, let me catch you all up because I need to catch myself up while we're at it. Here's the sitch. We're in absolute deep dog doo-doo as far as the Champions League goes. We have 2 games to go. Obviously, some of our compatriots around us have played an extra game. But our last 2 games are against Napoli away and Eintracht Frankfurt at home. It's not a brilliant situation when you consider that we only have 5 points. 1 win which came against Shakhtar, and then some really disappointing results against Turkish sides. And some of these absolute dog shit results in there as well. It's not been great. On the domestic front, we were doing okay, then had that weird run. We're back in form now, but we did lose in the cup to Lille because we had to rotate the side around a little bit. It's not great. Don't forget as well, the bottom teams are absolute gash. We are having one of those weird seasons where it's all a little bit fucky, and we just kind of need to get through it, get back into the Champions League next year and go again. Lima syndrome. Why did I think it was Lisbon syndrome? Lima syndrome was what I was thinking of. It began with an L and an I, so I was halfway there. Cookie Cutter Match Engine Howler. In it just. I think he recovered from it well, though. It didn't seem to knock his confidence too much. I'm just waiting for Daz to join us today so we can gently rib him. Fulham have won 2 league matches since we last spoke, chat. Like, tremendous times. Fulham massive. Our top goal scorer this year so far is own goals. I mean, if that doesn't say you're doing well as a team, I don't know what does, quite frankly. Right, we'll send those guys in as big balls there from Yanti. I respect it. Ruben, I think he's got Manchester United syndrome, sadly. Still fucking shit. Yeah, not great. Bournemouth, I mean, I must admit, I watched Bournemouth versus Newcastle, and I would like my money back. None of the money that it didn't cost me, because that was an absolute shambles of a game. I only watched it because, well, I imagine you did. I only watched it because I had loads of Bournemouth players in my club team. And I thought, I'll watch the game. Keep an eye on Alex Scott, Semenyo, and I had Senesi in my FBL team as well. And I had another Bournemouth player as well in my... Who was my other Bournemouth player? There was someone else I had in my club team as well. It was not a good game. Sunderland Villa. I know there's a lot of stuff about how good Matty Cash's goal is, and it's a nice strike, but I've got to see, am I the only one that thinks that it kind of was a little bit down the middle, and if it wasn't for the slight little nick, the keeper probably should be doing better with that? When I first saw it from the distance, I thought, he's put that top corner. It was like right down the middle. Not the great. I think it must have deflected, right? I'm assuming it must have deflected. Oh, God, it's weird seeing FM, just in general. Drop the wrong way first. You never do. Oh. Speaking of things keepers should save, Bastion, bud. You can't be doing that in the Champions League, friend. Hey, Man United have won a game. Like, the fact that Max Kilman was so good for Wolves as well, though, wasn't he? Is it just West Ham? Are they like an underrated Man United style team that just ruin players? Because they seem to have a good propensity for bringing in some very good talented footballers and then just sort of turning them into very little. Discovered a new romance hockey book. No. Do tell. Oh, wait, hang on. I think we did discuss this. I'm not sure, actually. Come on, please. No. Oh, my God. This is the Napoli that spent that money, but it's also the Napoli that no longer have that amount of money and have got a little bit mid since then. How much did you actually get for Dara Hunt in the end? Oh, my God. I think if we lose this game, we'll probably... okay, sure. We've got new kits, by the way, courtesy of Pass Bro. Lovely blue stripe across the middle. 17 million. Do you know what? For St. Pat's, that's actually pretty goated. I imagine that amount of money at the level... I don't know what level the save you're at, really. That must surely have been able to facilitate you to do an awful lot of good stuff with it. Oh, okay, now we're overplaying it, lads. Somebody just shoot. I beg of you. You see, what you've done there is not shoot. 30% selling. Holy shit. Called Shoot Your Shot by Lexi Lafleur. Oh, she does TikTok, right? I'm pretty certain she does TikTok stuff. I've definitely heard of her before because she used to make a series of TikToks about what it was like to be married to an NHL player. I think that's her. Oh yeah, he was always going to gain value the second they leave. I find that happens even when you're a massive side. Like, oh God, Eintracht Frankfurt winning as well, which is not... You've not even been that bad here. Just that silly little... Weirdly, Garnier's actually gained rating despite that. Because to me, that's him fully at fault. Shazzy's had another absolute shiter. 17th on next gen. I guess you got a lot of appearances for you up front, right? Yeah, the West Ham striker curse. Dean Ashton? Oh, yeah, exactly. What time? I feel for Dean Ashton. He's one of those players I would have liked to have seen what he could have accomplished had his career been able to go on for a lot longer than it did. Didn't he retire at like 27 or something? He was very young. I can't remember the exact extent of what the injury was. I believe it was an ankle injury, but I can't actually remember. Nagalo's having an absolute shitting time yet again. I might just... Do I just sub Nagalo? Okay. Nagalo's still kicking off about wanting to leave. And... Oh! England in training. SWP. Oh, Sean Wright Phillips. Damn, okay. Naughty. Right, Nagalo's off. Karapici's in. I might get Tucci as well. Just a draw here would just give us something to build on. But do you know what? Screw it. We're going to roll the 4 subs, not 5. I've learned my lesson. I haven't learned my lesson. Best player in the world. You mean Scott McTominay, who was robbed last night at the Ballon d'Or ceremony. Can't believe that McSauce didn't get it. I'm enjoying that. Speaking of Napoli, actually, I'm just enjoying the effect that Napoli is having on footballers that move there. They're there for a couple of months and all of a sudden they just look so damn suave. De Bruyne looks about 5 years younger all of a sudden. The Balloon d'Or, well, wouldn't you like to know? Was that 5 subs? Did I just accidentally make 5 subs? You're right, I did. And you know what? It worked. It didn't work. Neither of the players that scored there. There we go. We are level. At the San Napoli Stadium. And Semir Binder has finally done a thing. Yeah, what's it? Because they've got, obviously, McTominay there. They've got Højlund. They've got De Bruyne there. Tucci assist as well, which is nice. See, all it took was 5 subs. That's a really nice goal from Binder, actually. The way he rolls his man, gets himself open and slots that home. Like, a draw doesn't really help us a great deal, but it's a lot better than a defeat, and it might just buy us a little bit of goodwill going into the final game against Eintracht Frankfurt. Although, right, let me get rid of the dugout here. We don't need a dugout. We need a league table. Because at least it would get us a bit closer to it. Yeah, the amount of goals that Kane... I honestly don't know if... Like, what would Kane have to do in order to win it? I'm not sure he can. Because didn't he score like his 10th... Oh, no. Wow, his 10th hat-trick for Bayern already. I read a stat that Harry Kane has scored his... He scored hat-tricks in 10% of his games for Bayern. That's an absolutely wild number. Hello, Stefan. You going to keep going there, bud? Wow, well played. Moving like into risk for 30 minutes. Hey, did you know that his brother was a fisherman, or his father was a fisherman, chap? And that... Oh, over the bar. May as well retire in it. Saving a child from a fire. Yeah. But what if the child turned out to be mean? I think that'd be enough to get him second. It's just as well he was even able to go there. Also, I was 21 minutes because you weren't totally paying attention. Which save wasn't it, Half? I'll tell you what it was. It was actually the 13th minute, and it was the Unialda Madeira save. I was busy reading chat, and I was still very new to streaming at the time. Got easily distracted at the time, as if that's changed. And yeah, I made all I think what it was is I got an injury in the 13th minute, and because I was making a sub, my brain went, ah, yes, you're making a substitution. That means you must immediately make all of the rest of the substitutions too. Yes. Oh, they've got Gilmore as well. And Gisa. It's brilliant. They're Vibes FC with actual, like, teeth. Oh, yeah, I almost certainly did it in this save too, but I believe the original progenitor of that nonsense was me doing it at Unial many years ago. 64 million. I mean, it's hard to be worth it at 64 million. But that's just because I value weird things. Do you know what, actually? Given that he's 21, that's a hell of a lot of money for Groeninger. Yeah, actually, never mind. Ignore me. The fact that you've managed to get a world-class 21-year-old for 64 million is actually very good. He's kind of everything, isn't he? Crossing and dribbling are solid. His tackling is brilliant. He's defensively goated. The only thing I'd say is I don't think he's honestly going to get any better, but you don't need him to get any better. Like, you just don't. If he stayed like that forever, you'd be happy, right? I'd have waited a year. What if he doesn't have big matches? Is he then absolutely cooked? Is my question. God, I wish we were still playing in the Coupe de France. One of these days, we're going to get a lucky run in the Coupe de France. It just ain't going to be this year. Right, Shaz is going to miss the next game. And honestly, not super fussed by that because he was shit. Again. Rest of the league is dragging their feet. Yeah, it's always going to happen. Basically, the lower you start, the more easily that's going to occur. Like, we did everything in our power in Malta to stop that from happening, but it's because you really can't... it's like the old adage about how you put your oxygen mask on before helping those around you. In a building a nation, you almost have to do that because you can't start building a loan farm until you've got the sort of infrastructure built to do so. But in order to get that, you have to be good enough to get into Europe and stuff. And when you're in the smaller leagues, it's so easy once that money comes flying in to just absolutely destroy everybody. Like what happened with us in Malta. I think we came second in the second season with Sirens. Because at that level, it's so small of a gap. Harvard pasta hit by a virus. Potentially some poorly cooked pasta on the cards there. 10-point Euro is coming off, so that's always bad as well. Although sometimes I find when you're earlier in a save, it actually doesn't matter so much because then you can kind of go and you can sort of reset things a little bit. Who did that to you? I could never tell you. It was some Arsene Wenger looking dude. Ooh. Well, to be fair, Bonmati won the women's Ballon d'Or, right? And she got to the Champions League final and the Euros final. And she's sort of considered to be the best player in the game, right? So I think it would have been even more swayed if they'd say given it to someone like Alessia Russo. But I just don't follow it enough to know if that's good or bad. Chloe Kelly. Oh yeah, that's actually insane. I think it is important to take into account. Yeah, but Matty, I think, has now become the first female player to win 3 straight Ballon d'Ors, right? And I think she's now one of only 3 players in history that have ever done it, along with Ronaldo and Messi, maybe. I can't remember. There might have been another. Maybe Michael Owen did it, and we just weren't paying attention because it's Michael Owen. Onuaha? Ooh. Actually. He's one of those, like, centre-backs that thinks he's a fullback, but isn't either of the two things. And he's 19. He feels like a trap. Like, he's got good marking and positioning, but his tackling's pish. He's not very aggressive. He's brave, but he can't cross or dribble, so he can't play out wide, and he's not very tall. He's sort of... And he's not got the work rate to play in midfield. This is the FM26 beta. This is it. This is it. Right now, you're seeing it. SI said, hey, listen, I know that we're doing all this promotional stuff and we've got lots of YouTubers out there, but we're going to give it to SecondYellowCard. That's what we need to do. And they're right. So SI, if you're listening, just saying. Thank you very much for giving it to me already, as you can see. But no, this is just a skin for FM26. For FM24. Ooh, naughty. Messi Ronaldo, where she's clearly back. Yeah, I mean, I think that was always likely to be the case. Because the best of God, thank you, see? Now you understand. You can get FM26 at a discount, though, thanks to our good friends over at Fanatical. Judging performances. I think that possibly there should be a different set of writers voting on it. Because there's loads of women's football journalists out there. Maybe those ones maybe they were voting as well, but I wonder if maybe they should have different writers voting on it. Because it'd be a bit like, it's a lot to keep up with. There's a lot of football. I can barely follow Fulham most of the time, so I can't imagine what it's like being a football writer, although at the plus side, I suppose that you are being paid for it and it is your job, right? So I think that the Marshall Islands national team goalkeeper should have probably won the Ballon d'Or, if you ask me. Hello, Davey. Yeah, Kelly is an incredible impact player. She is absolute ice in the veins. Be Thursday. Yeah, I think that's what we've kind of established. So what have we got so far? Because technically the only thing I've actually missed since I've been away, because I timed it perfectionally, chat, is the women's football announcements, which was kind of just an announcement of women's football. And we're like, oh yeah, that thing we already knew about for 3 years. All we've really ascertained from it is that we know what leagues are going to be in it now, or mostly, which is good. And I'm not really surprised about any of them. I figured it was going to be those exact... Well, not those exact leagues, but I figured if they were going to do this, they were going to do it right, and it wasn't just going to be like 3 leagues. I think we got 14 with a couple of second tiers. No Slavia women, though, in the beta, which means it will just be the men's side, but that's okay. Like, we made contingencies. Germany license? Maybe. But would anyone really care if that was the case? I feel like what we need next is something feature-based. Because we've seen a lot of, like, this is the match engine, sort of. We've seen the visuals. We've seen additions to the leagues. We've seen a bit of UI stuff. But I feel like we want to see feature stuff. Like, what are you adding that we don't already have? Or at least some things that assuage some of the fears that we've got about what you've taken out. You know? That would be a nice thing, I suppose. But that doesn't really... Does that sell games? Yeah, I mean, how large will Frank Kirby be? Tactics and positions. That would be brilliant. Honestly, if it is that stuff, that feels like the worst kept secret in Football Manager, where everything's leaked to do with that from what we can tell. Nobody's denied it, which means we have to assume that it's probably the case. And we just have to pretend that that's not the case. But I'm going to stop pretending. It's clearly going to be the case, isn't it? And honestly, if that is the case, that sounds fucking great. Genuinely, that sounds amazing. The fun we'd be able to have, me specifically, with in and out of possession tactics, if it works the way I hope it will do, which admittedly I've said a lot in the past about FM, and it hasn't. But, okay, what am I doing? Let me just make sure I've got these guys sorted correctly so we can not waste my time on Wolfgang Janssen. Good name, though. Really solid name. I love a Wolfgang. Okay, back we go. Kleber, we've already looked at you, and you we looked at before you moved to Newcastle, so let me just take you off of that list now. And there's this guy who I've already looked at about 4 times, and I've already decided he's crap. Sharing talking points about the features? I don't know. What's Ben been saying? What's he been kicking off with? Rest defense like, yeah, I think it would just be cool if you... Everybody knows, yeah, but I think also maybe you just sort of take control of it. Because the problem with leaks, if that's true, is that it's sort of... You don't then get to control the information and the actual messaging around it on your own terms. Some of these guys are okay. They're just crazy expensive. A good pick. Honestly, I could not tell you. It's pretty, if that helps. I'm honestly going to have to talk to Nerdphonic about building a PC for this, because I know what I'm going to do. It's going to be spec out PC, get that from PC Specialist on 0% finance and pay over like 3 years. That way is no upfront cost. Well, not no upfront costs, but like very limited upfront costs. My plan was to put money aside and go in one chunk, but that is just simply not viable. Hey, Harv, you said you wanted opinions, not help. Peter Sadiq, I think I did say I'd loan him out. And honestly, if Antwerp are going to give me a bit of cashola... Yeah, I did have an agreement to loan him out, so that's fine. And you, unfortunately. Wanting features on the stream yesterday. I mean, I spoke to Ben yesterday afternoon, but he didn't tell me to say that, I promise. Chat for help. Harv, I think this is something that you and the rest of chat actually need to go... If someone says in chat, I need your opinion of something. Unfortunately, I become a member of chat at that point. You are then leading the stream. I just join the ranks of chat, and then we just swarm you like a collection of bees, a parliament of bees, as it were. Crimes are barely changed. That's interesting. If you can find the article, Hayden, that would be really, really interesting. Not because I personally need it, but I think it would be really helpful for other people, because we do often get a lot of questions about exactly that. People saying, hey, is this laptop good? And I'm honestly just like, bruh, I do not know, but I wish I could be more helpful, and that might actually allow me to do so. Kovalev. Oh, that's I liked Andrei Kovalev, but we no longer really need him. Particularly as the fee goes up to 15 million quid now, which is a little bit excessive. Tooch is doing bits. That would be good, though. This is just really nice. Hey, has Tooch always been considered a wonder kid? So it's actually released. Exactly. All we can judge off is based on specs. It's a complete unknown this year. Because usually we're just going, hey, like one of the first things I'm going to be doing when I get the beta is checking things like, is it... My worst... Do stuff from FN24 still work in 26 mechanically? Does like some of the scouting stuff we use still work? Or are there new scouting methods that work because it's a brand new game? Like, nice one, Head. That's perfection. I will be absolutely sending that to people when they ask me that question, because I will guarantee that we'll get that. Nothing specific. Thank you very much for the 20 months. Too good of a team to be fun. You see? You want to be careful there, suspect. What are you doing? Having fun? In a video game? And actually, I should stress this. This is my crucial thing. This game needs to be fun. Feature-wise, I do not care if it's fun. I realise that some of those things kind of go hand in hand to a certain extent, but, you know, if the gameplay loops and the mechanics of it and the way that it tells the story and lets you interact with it is fun, it sort of kind of wipes away a lot of the other stuff. If there are things that are missing that you'd be like, that was in 24, if it's still very, very fun and feels like a step in the right direction, I feel like people will be very forgiving of that. The problem is, if they come in and there's loads of shit missing and it's not fun, that's when the problems begin. Because then you're like, what was the point of this? But we'll see. Haven't Intel kind of caught up a little bit on that now? Because I have an AMD CPU and it's brilliant. But because at the time they were absolutely crushing it. Shiny new toys. Oh yeah, you'd love to see it. Oh, nothing specific. What have I missed? Time off was lovely. I'll talk to that. I haven't actually mentioned that yet. But basically, we're having a bit of a down season where we've just had some really weird form in the league. Even in the Champions League, nothing's quite managed to click. We've had really annoying injuries in the worst places. It's just been a bit of a rough season. But currently, we're sort of working our way out of it. Like, we're still fifth. We're still in contention. We're halfway through the year. Well, just over. We're right in contention for the Champions League places, and maybe things will calm down a little bit. Make a review. Not that I know of. Like, generally speaking, it's the beta like everybody else. There have been years in the past where I have, obviously, because I've talked about this in the past, I have had access to alphas years ago, but I think with the way that the game is this year, that's very unlikely, and I suspect it will be a case of basically everyone just gets it at the same time. Here we go. 58 leagues at the top, there's 55. So we get 3 new leagues in the base game, but I take it none of the ones that they revealed in this screen are showing anything new there. Oh, this is the women's one. I was going to say, I saw Adrian and I was like, hang on a minute, that's the women's league. Either way, more leagues is good. This is the thing when I see people, which I must admit, I haven't actually seen as much of that. I feel weirdly seen more people talking about people doing this than people actually doing this. But basically people saying, oh, you know, it's shit because women's football or whatever. I just look at that as like, even if you don't particularly watch women's football, it's more data. It's more leagues. That could only be a good thing. It's more leagues for you to manage in a game. It's the biggest data update and league update that FM has probably ever had. Yeah, no Polish league, but we'll definitely be able to add it, Tome. So no worry. Hadrian, I was discussing this with Hadrian yesterday. That'll be one of the first things we do once we get access to the editor, will be to sort that stuff out. Usually it's a question of just turning stuff on. It's probably all there in the back end. Who in the... Oh, I was going to say. Third league is... So do we know what one of them is? Oh, two will be Saudi. I have some suspicions as to what it might be, just because of things I heard. But I should stress, what I heard was over a year ago. So it may or may not have been even true at the time. I remember this was the middle of last year I heard something about a certain league. I obviously can't tell you what and from who, but if it is the league that I was told it was, it's not going to be like, oh my god, it's going to be like, oh, fair enough. Right, so... no one will believe Harv. That's true. I could just use Harv as my like mouthpiece. German League. The German League's already in the game. They've had a Bundesliga license for a while, haven't they? Interesting, Sabica. Why do you think that? Yeah, it's not a good state, particularly with a Continental B license. Ayo! I love that we've got like end of January coming up here, and I'm just not that bothered about signing no real players. I guess. I think they would have probably pushed that more. That is a strange thing, Hamburger. Have they actually confirmed that particular thing for... I promised Darko Rezic I'd loan him out, so I think I will just do that. Because I don't know if they've actually been confirmed to do that. Munchy Munch... No, Munich... I thought your name was Munchy Munchies. Munich Munchies. Thank you very much for the follow. Great name. Pop-wise. Egypt is one of the highest rated nations in Africa as well, for sure. Loaned out. He's expecting to leave, but no one's bid on him, so we're going to get into trouble there as usual. Lovely. Pieces. Oh, right, okay. I feel like it still does kind of baffle me that we're in a position where we're going into a World Cup year and the game is being... the international management feature is being removed. Because I feel like if that was something that they were going to go and put back in again, we'd have probably heard about it by now. It would have been a really nice little goodwill thing they could have just chopped out straight away and been like, hey, it's back. Or maybe it's one of those things... I was going to say maybe it's one of those things where they're debating, but at this stage I imagine they're very much locked into what's going to be in it. Fourth moment, really? I can see why that would be concerning, quite frankly. I'm just going to decline this meeting because we don't really care about Vinitsky, and I'm hoping I can try and ship him off by the end of the window anyway. It's kind of crazy that they've not released any information about console, considering it's, if you listen to them, probably one of their biggest markets. Now, I hear a lot of numbers to do with like installations and stuff, And I think the problem I have with it a little bit is a lot of the console stuff is coming through things like Game Pass. And I would love to know what they're counting. And same with the Netflix mobile version. I'd love to know what counts as engagement. Like, with PC ones, it's like sales through Epic and Steam or whatever. And I know there's a Game Pass element there as well. So more on console. They do, exactly, that's my point. But it's like, I don't know if the numbers are actually sales or whether they're installations via things like streaming, like subscription services, where it's included in it. So you're just sort of you're having a little look at it because you already have a service that includes it, right? Whereas with PC and in general, you generally have to, or just buying it outright on console, you actually have to be paying for it up front. Youth and preview, it wasn't good. I'm a level with you. It was not a good preview. We were very... We'll take the slowest one because it's got the lower intermediary fee and the higher high end. We just need to get rid just because of these 15k wages. For an Epic every year as well, though. I would say some do, but I don't think they're hardcore players. Because remember, in order to get it free on Epic, you'd basically have to wait 6 months after release in order to do so. Because it's not like it's free on Epic straight away, is it? They do like free weekends and things, but I'm pretty certain that it's not just a case of being like, it's free on Epic. Unless I'm wrong about that. Nintendo Switch. I wonder what kind of version you get with Nintendo Switch. Damn, that's quite a lot of money as well, actually, lads. Would you give me that? No, okay. Probably should have just taken the money, actually, now I think about it. They showed this on the Club Select screen. International management. You're right, yeah. Question. Are these, like, thing here is supposed to just sort of indicate the level that the league is at? I'm assuming. It seems a bit superfluous. I guess maybe I'm just getting into the head of like, I already play this game, so I know wherever these leagues sit. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it is rep, but it is just role suitability. It just feels a little bit like unnecessary. It's sort of telling you what you already know, but maybe that is just me getting into the mindset of I already know these things. Therefore, it's a bit Dunning-Kruger, I suppose. What for the game speed on sub instead of stars? They're hiding it. Maybe a mock-up. That was actually something that Hadrian made a point to me yesterday about, is that some of the screenshots we've seen over the women's football thing still look a little bit Big Fran Kirby'd. They look a bit inconsistent in places, to the point where you're like, are these real screenshots or are these more mock-ups that we're seeing like we did with the Frank Kirby situation last year? I really hope not, but I'm not as not discerning enough to know the difference, really. Dunning-Kruger, he's a great player. But you don't realise it until someone else points it out. Right. We've got to rotate for this game, even though it's against Monaco in the league, which is really frustrating because we've got no choice. We have to play a good team against Eintracht Frankfurt. Then again, as backup teams go, that's pretty... I'm not the goalkeeper, obviously, but... Wait, where is my goalkeeper? Oh, wait. Un momento, por favor. Turns out when Garnier came back from his loan spell, I didn't put him back in the squad. One second, I should be able to just dump him in here. Anyone else I've forgotten to do this with anyway? Ooh. Matsuoka. He needs to come back in as well. So, 1, 2... I can bring Ayala out. Matsuoka's back again now, so he needs to come back into the squad. Okay, that should be okay. Yeah, we've got Tyler Sagan in goal. What could possibly go wrong? League rules breakdown. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. It's a league rules breakdown there would be incredibly useful. Sebastian's back. All right. I'm actually going to start Shazli again because Habila's going to start the next game anyway. And Matsuoka is just... It's so nice to have him back. We've missed him dearly. Fuck's sake. Brother! What are you doing to me? Okay, he's not going to start, turns out. I'm going to start Szymanski because we need our other boyo for the game at the weekend. Good lord. Nothing changes. I disappear for a week and a half and nothing changes. Yeah, because we registered Ayala because Matsuoka got injured and he wasn't back yet, and he was going to the Asian Cup, so we just basically put Ayala in because reasons, and now he's unregistered again, but oh well. He's going to be a great sale in the summer if we can find a way to get rid of it. I could honestly take him back out again, but my concern is that I'll forget. And I don't think he's going to be at AFCON much longer. Not AFCON. AgeCon, so to speak. Right. Tiani and Bashir. What is Tiani? Tiani was good though, wasn't he? He has really good attributes. I can't believe he got him for 800k. I know. These bloody meta tactics, eh? Useless. Oscar in there. We are going to just get absolutely... Our goose is firmly cooked in this game, I think. Monaco are really good. We have to rest players. Ah, shit. Some of these players are still quite good, but it's going to be a tough ask. Hello, Tommy. It's going well. It's going... Well, actually, it's going... I'll take that draw at Napoli. Napoli are a bloody good side, so to get a draw against them is incredibly good. If we beat Eintracht Frankfurt, that qualifies, as I'd say. It's going to be tight, because that would send us to 9 points, but I think it would probably be enough. But it's going to be tough. So yeah, I went to Aberdeen, and honestly, it's lovely. It was a Scottish-Indian hybrid wedding, and if you ever get the opportunity to go to a Scottish-Indian hybrid wedding, chat, do not turn down that opportunity. It's Kaylee dancing and curry, and it is amazing. And I shit you not, that was basically, it was like Scottish dancing with like Indian style catering. Fucking fire. Genuinely amazing. It was the best. Saris and kilts. No, unironically, yes. So my friend, he got married. Obviously, he was the groom. He was wearing a kilt. She was wearing a sari. So cool. One old combo. A wonderful combo. It worked out so well. It was a genuinely lovely day. Knackering. Because there's a lot of celebrating going on. Pog's got like all henna up her arms and stuff. Because there's a thing that they do the night before a wedding called a mehendi. It's generally speaking it's kind of like a Hindu type thing, which even has it in the name. And so Pog was invited to that with a couple of our other friends. And so she's got all the henna all over her and stuff. It's really, really cool. Man is sorry, Pog in a kilt. Damn right. No, I just wore a suit. Kilts are expensive. Bollywood with bagpipes. There was bagpipes too, yes. 100%. No, it was a really cool day. It was this like kind of fancy ass hotel outside Aberdeen. So we weren't staying at the fancy ass hotel. We were staying up in Northfield. And ooh, looking rather dashing. Thank you, suspect. Birthday suit. Ooh, naughty. I've been kicked out of Scotland. But yeah, I had a nice time just looking around Aberdeen as well. Like we managed to basically blag our way into borrowing the bride's car while we were up there, which saved us an absolutely insane amount of money, basically, on buses and hire cars. Because basically her international driver's permit has expired, so she's not technically allowed to drive at the moment until she passes her test, UK driving test. And so her car was dormant on the street, and they've just moved, so they don't have a permit for her car yet. And so my mate had the bright idea of being like, well, why don't we just borrow her car for the time that we're up here? We can park it at our Airbnb, and that way she won't have to worry about potential permit issues, and we get a car while we're up there. It was genius. Worked out brilliantly. Oh, I also went to the beach at like 9 in the morning because we got there so unbelievably early. Oh, an African wedding. Which part of Africa? Modern Solutions. Oh yeah, it's probably the biggest stroke of like high IQ player I've ever seen out of my mate. He's absolutely cooked it there. It was brilliant. Oh, hello. Go on. No, where's the runners? Okay, Stefan's just going to do it by himself. Hold the fort, everybody. Who needs other footballers when we've got Stefan Grita? Oh, hang on a minute. Wait. Yes! Come on, Dardan! My man! This would be a very surprising result. Senegal. Ooh, okay. Just going to the pub. No different from Australia. I imagine it's a little bit different from Australia, but not as different as you'd think. The drinking culture in the UK, in Ireland, and Australia is, I would say, fairly similar. Karapichi, he does, doesn't he? The only reason that I think I would even want to hang on to Nagalo for the time being is just because I think we get more, well, not more for him in the summer, but more room to maneuver. Particularly if Darko does go out on loan, that would leave us a little bit shit. Greet must hurt himself. Aberdeenshire, not really. So basically, we got up there. Oh, hello. Oh, go on, Oscar. Oh, off the bar. Wait, we're not done yet. We are done yet. He's wasted it. Unless Tucci's got something here. A space wedding. Not yet. In time. We got there on Monday morning at like, our flight got into Aberdeen at like 9 o'clock. So I was up at like 2 o'clock that morning, which was fun, just to get over to Luton. And our mate who was getting married, oh, good save again, kindly picked us up from the airport. And then he was like, right, I have some stuff to do today, but I'm just going to hang out with you guys instead. So he took us to this really, I mean, this is more of a niche thing if you're from around the Aberdeen area. I suppose you probably know what I'm talking about. It's a good finish, to be fair. There's like this little old ancient fishing village up on the beach near the lighthouse where they've all been turned into little houses now, but it is absolutely gorgeous up there. So he took us up there first. We had a little coffee, just walked around the beach for a little bit, just sort of catching up and stuff. And obviously went past all the shipyards and stuff, which, my God, some of the boats there are absolutely enormous. I couldn't believe how big some of those damn things were, just driving through the harbour and stuff. What team? We are managing Sochaux in the top flight of French football currently. Unlikely to change anytime soon, actually, when you consider how bad the relegated sides are. Then basically he just took us around the town. We needed to get a few bits for the wedding, like Pog needed to get some shoes, a few friends needed ties and belts and stuff. Weather was actually perfect. The first 2 days we were up there, it was like it is today. I don't know if as if that's going to mean anything to you. Where it's like sunny and bright, basically, but kind of chilly. And then the wedding day itself was a little bit more dreary with some rain, which is unfortunate because they had planned to do some stuff outside for it. But, you know, if you're getting married in Scotland, the weather is always going to be a bit of an issue at some point, right? Yeah, I need to get Greek stuff at half time. So yeah, we went to what's it called? Is it called Bonaccord? It's just like a shopping centre, kind of car parky thing in the middle of Aberdeen. And then, this is going to mean nothing to you, I suppose, chat, but then we went for a Thai lunch. I've never had Thai food before, but I was feeling fruity. So we went and got Thai food for lunch. Fucking love it. Really, really nice. So goddamn good. It is. Really good. What did I have? We had some like fried squid. And then, what's it called? I think it's called pad kaprao. It's like Thai, it's like a Thai chili basil chicken dish. I can't, with like sugar snap peas and stuff. Only food is the Thai. It's so nice. To the point where Pog and I have already got a recipe online for it. And we're going to make it this week, but we couldn't get hold of the right chilies. It's so delicious. There's this restaurant in Aberdeen. It was called Tycoon, which is a brilliant name. Turns out there's one in fucking Cambridge. Somehow I never noticed that. Yeah, wait, it's half time, Matt. Slow the fuck down. You don't need to make more subs. It's half time. Leave it alone. So yeah, that was good. That was just the day we got there. Obviously, we were absolutely knackered because we couldn't get into our Airbnb till 4 o'clock. All started eating. This is very true, yeah. We went to get some ties, and that. Do you know what? I reckon that maybe put it in our heads. A lot of us needed to go buy ties, and we just happened to see a Thai restaurant. Nominative determinism, perhaps? Who knows? Come on, need a big save here. Oh, well done, Bastion. 4 of them back to back. It certainly felt like that, Scotsman. It felt like we'd go through, like, a shopping centre, walk out of the street, and then across the road, it was like, Mr. President, a second shopping centre has hit the road. It's fantastic. Fucking Cambridge. It's just on the outskirts, Atmos. Thai restaurants. Yeah, you got, like, it's called the Thai Rack. Well, there used to be a shop called the Thai Rack. It probably doesn't exist anymore. It used to exist in like stations and stuff where, well, for people like us that were needed to buy ties, I suppose. Plus, my mate had to build up, go pick up his kilt for the wedding. Pog went in with him because she was really excited, and the people in there just thought that her and my mate were getting married. And then, oh my God, I forgot to tell you this. So our friends Charlotte and Dean, they have a 3.5-year-old, and obviously he came too. His name is Ash, and he's exactly what you'd expect out of a curious 3.5-year-old toddler, basically. But Pog loves playing with him because she's just like that. She's very entertaining and fun. So they were playing on the slides and stuff, and basically Ash has very much taken to Pog now, to the point where he's like in love with her, and it's insanely cute because every time we'd walk into a room we hadn't seen her for a bit, he'd be like, Emma! Or just run up to her. It was the most adorable bloody thing. Right. Who am I bringing on here? You. Christ, I really did rotate for this, didn't I? There was this brilliant text exchange when our friend had taken him up to go to bed. Mr. Studio Go, exactly what I said, Hayden. Word for word. And there was this... So he was upstairs with his mum. And then she texted M with like this exchange that she'd had with Ash, and it essentially was him saying that he's going to marry Emma, and Charlotte's like, no, she's going to marry Matt though. And he's like, oh, I'll be sad. And then at the end, she was just like, how do you feel when Emma does marry Matt? And then he just goes, it will be funny. It will be funny. Mugged off by a 3-year-old, chat. My life's not in a great place right now. It will be funny. I'll need, when Pod comes back into chat in a bit, I'll get her to send me a screenshot of the text conversation, because it's got more absolute gems in it. We're actually going to get a dub here. He is praying for my downfall. 100%. Chat, I've got a nemesis and he's 3.5 years old. And bloody adorable, which makes it worse. You can't hate him. He said about in it, it'll be funny. I spit on you kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, if Harv was there, he'd have absolutely killed him. Well, that being said, if you do find yourself in Aberdeen and you've got kids, there's this amazing park. I think it's called Hazeldean or something. There's a slide there that is legit like 40 feet high. It's amazing. As an adult, I was like, that looks really fun. But obviously, I'm far too cool to be doing things like that. That's going to be a tap-in goal, isn't it? Oh, no. Oh, well played. He's got time. He's biding his time, waiting for my downfall. Oh, the thing is, that's the thing. He's going to outlive me. When Pog is inevitably widowed in an awful FM37 computer explosion-related mishap, he's going to be right there being like, Madame. Generally speaking, women live longer than men. So he's got a chance. I need to close this game down immediately. If we actually get away with this result while I'm busy jabbering about my week in Aberdeen, this would be tremendous. Oh, that's all of that XG underperformance coming back for us. Actually, I tell you what, that goalkeeping performance might be the best goalkeeping performance of the save. But Bastien Garnier got a 9.5 in a game where he didn't save a penalty, and he made 15 saves. Chat, I hold my hands up, because I was sticking to Eric Hilaza's corner, but I like Hilaza, but he was never doing that, was he? He would have let at least 2 of those in. He may have saved us from a one-on-one, but in games like this, when teams are peppering us, Garnier seems to have the edge, basically. There are certain scenarios where I feel like Hilaza would have him, but I feel like in general play, Garnier is just doing bits. And it turns out he is in fact worth it. Oh, 100%. Particularly if he had land to inherit Hayden. I'd be fucked. Right, that's a great result though. Massive, massive result. Particularly with Marseille drawing as well. Good God. Oh. Swindon done me over. Innit? They called Pog on the... Oh, that's another one. She called Pog on the train because obviously they got the train back and we'd flown back. So we were obviously got home and they were coming through Ely on the train. So my mate rung Pog on like FaceTime with Ash. And... Wait, what? Antwerp. What is it with Belgian... I mean, we already know what it is with Belgian clubs. They just haven't got the cash. They're trying to buy players on Klarna and I will not stand for it. No, come on, buddy. Don't you have like... Oh, you actually don't. He's got 4 years on his current deal. But maybe it might behoove us to try and tie him down. Can't afford to offer you terms? Okay, right. I just want to try it. Fuck it. We'll try and offer him a proper deal then. The day after the wedding. Innit? Pog's just that magnetic. But once he found out that he'd just gone through where Emma lived, he was just like, he wanted to run through the fields and across the train tracks. Were his exact words, if I recall. Right. I'm going to have to... Yeah, we have to offer him a new deal. The question is, does he want something stupid? Oh, you legend, Dardan. That's absolutely fine, my lad. I don't know, MD. It would depend. At least 2, I would say, because we're nearly at the end of this season, so we'll be doing youth intake today. Whereas he height to it. Oh, we're talking, well, think 3.5-year-old, so like... Probably not even hip height. About the same height as me. Right, we'll get rid of those. Just so he is a squaddy. Oh, okay. To be honest, he probably will hit those requirements regardless. Nearly old enough to take a punch. More like nearly old enough to take a swing at me. Oh, crap. This contract's going to be literally the same length as his current one. He's got Sweden caps. Yeah, I might just have to go for it. I think he's earned it. Although we'll have to move some money around. I thought, oh no, it should be okay. Oh, hello. Surely not. Hang on. Sorry. Hang on a minute. I don't think what? Everton want to sell, or buy, rather, the 30% of profit clause. But they want to buy it off of me for £46,000 on a player that they spent 27 million on. Do you know what? Something tells me that Everton are not actually valuing Nikolai Stoyan as much as they perhaps think they are. I mean, he has actually played 16 times. Then again, it's already January, isn't it? Do you know what, Everton? You keep your money. I think we'll be fine without it. Oh, dear. Oh. One sec, chat. He's back. And in pog form. No, basically, I think I did something to one of my teeth or my filling when I was in Aberdeen. And it's been, not every day, just randomly giving me jip sometimes. Just giving me a little bit of like an annoyance and a bit of like sharp pain sometimes. So I've got this like gel that I can put on it while we try and get ourselves in at a local dentist. So I just needed to put a little bit of that on there. I think it's just because I'm not used to talking as much. Yeah. He took a swing at me. What can I say? You gotta defend yourself, chat. If you don't stand up for yourself, who will? The 3-year-old pod. I wish I could, but it's the furthest back molar in my mouth. Ooh, colon are in for Vinitsky. That's good news. We don't need that. How much? 450. Wow, that's actually... It's annoying that there's a wage contribution in there, but we'll do it. Gets him off. Gets him out of the way. You finally got one big forehead. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. So how long did that take from start to finish to go through all those checks? Because that is a wild thing. Exactly. He's not left any bruises. That might be the most amount of like solidarity payments I've ever seen on a single transfer. Any updates on your appointment? Oh, yes. I did post this in the Discord, but I realized that obviously there was a lot of chat going on with the FM like drops and stuff. No, about 3 hours after the last stream, I randomly came up to my PC to check something. I think I was literally just coming out to go for a piss, but I get distracted that easily. I came in here, hit F5 on the keyboard, and all of a sudden, it populated with appointments. So, and I hadn't even got an email about it yet. Email didn't come through for another 15 minutes. So I basically had my complete pick of every single ADHD assessment appointment for this entire charity from what I could work out. So I was just like, right, what time do I want? So yeah, October 13th, I've got an appointment for an assessment. And I am absolutely buzzing. It's, I think, 9:30 on, I think it's a Monday. Too much choice. A little bit. Because it was like, it told you the dates, the times, and the names of the doctors. And I'm just like, I don't need the name of the doctor. Why are you adding this in? Why are you adding additional variables? My doctor's called Suzanne. Like, if I'd have been probably, it did take me longer just because I was looking at all the different names of the doctors. And I was just like, what am I supposed to read into this? Like his video in it, yeah. 7 months. That's mad. But are you looking forward to starting it? Googling the doctors. Do you know, I didn't think about doing that, but maybe I should have done. What if Suzanne's got like malpractice on her record? What am I going to do, chat? She might diagnose me with something completely different. I think we're okay, actually. I did register thingamabob, so we should be all right. That's it. Sudan, my doctor, is the first test. Yeah, if you choose too quickly. I firmly believe that half the stuff on there was a test. It's like, if you fill out all the information too quickly, they're just like, not sure about them. Book all of... Do you know what I should have done? I should have booked them all and then sold them on the black market. Never let you know your next move. It's like, Mapman. I wish I could have seen their attributes. I wanted one with the best doctoring. Wait. Really? Jesus Christ. That is a great bit of business from Pompey. Free transfer from Tenerife, a guy I signed and I thought was going to be really good. And then they're about to sell him to Sunderland for £38 million. It's an hour and a half session, which I think is a good amount. Obviously, it's over Zoom. I was hoping that you could get like an in-person appointment, but I realized that's more difficult just because I thought that that might be a little bit more useful for me. Can't book appointments. Exactly. I'm carrying out a service at that point. Point is, it's further away than I was hoping it would be, but at the end of the day, just having a date in the calendar is like crucial. Like just having it there so I no longer have to worry about it. Also, Korestos has gone to PSV Eindhoven. I did think about getting involved, but honestly, I'm just not convinced he's got any better since we originally found him, what, that 3 years ago at this point. I was waiting for him like bloody GTA 6 at this point. Where is my calendar? Yeah, I have several different calendars. It's actually like insane the number of different things. God, Helsingborg have lost 6-0 in back-to-back matches in the Champions League. I think. Yep, Spurs and Dortmund both put 6 past them. Diagnosis on the spot. Well, from what I've heard, basically, just getting to this stage is a 95% hit rate. What it actually is it's more about finding out what type and how to treat it and what like direction to go in. Obviously, there is still the odd situation where they could just be like, actually, you know what, it might actually be something else or might not be that at all, etc. But it seems to be like once you get to this stage, it's pretty much locked in. It's just a question of there's different types of it. There's like 3, I think, and then how do you then go about treating that will vary depending on what type of it they believe you have, essentially. Just one potential. No, the thing is, the last thing I need is the one about potential animals, because I've been told my entire life, oh, if Matt could just do this Y and Z, he could live up to his potential. I am the definition of those. Well, according to outside sources, the definition of those regens you get that have got insane PA, but their CA is just never there because they do not have the driven personality. That's me. This Y and Z? Yeah. Fuck all the other letters. Y and Z is my babies. For a year. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And bear in mind, this is outside of the NHS. If I'd have waited for the NHS, we'd have been waiting 5 years. And in a way, I'm lucky because not everybody has that separate pathway, low self-belief personality. In it. Literally in it. Does that mean I might get the late developer? There's a chance I could get media description late developer chat. Very late developer. I'm 35. A bit of that. Also, Dom, what song came on with the utter woke dentistry? Right, everybody's missing, so that's good. My favourite. I'm going to start Carapici. I know we played the last game, but Nagalo is just not here. Anderson, Dennis, Binder, Novi. Yeah, it has to be, doesn't it? Chowie, Habila, Velasquez, Claudio, Barneche. Tremendous. Storm out, no comment. I'm just throwing chairs. They're like, mate, it's a Zoom call. You're only destroying your own house here. Fucking red up and down from across the screen. Oh, dear. Unprofessional, flappable. Very, very flappable. Greatest defensive driver in history. So I didn't watch the race because Pog is not used to having Sundays off work, and so she was, and because we were still on Bollyhobs or whatever, very much taking advantage of the fact that all of our favourite food places were in the market on the Sunday. So we had the churros, the coffee, the pizza, and the pasta place that Pog really likes. So she was like, we're going into town to do those things. So naturally, we went into town to do those things, and I missed most of the race. I think I got back on like lap 41 or something. By then, all of the good stuff had already happened. Yeah, I'm eminently flappable. Oh, shit. Yeah, we don't want Tyler Sagan in goal. Like, I saw the end of the race. So I was going to put... That was the exact stat. Yeah, the fact that Sainz got one for Williams before Hamilton did for Ferrari. Hamilton always just sort of feels like... Do you remember when Raikkonen was at Alfa Romeo? And you were like, at first you're like, okay, cool. But then all of a sudden it was just like, oh yeah, you're just vibing. Just vibing. It almost feels like Hamilton's sort of doing that right now. Just having a lovely time. Williams might be, but I mean, it's not, I'm actually kind of, I love Alex Albon, but I'm really glad that that podium went to Carlos Sainz because I like Carlos Sainz a lot too. And it's just nice to see a little bit of good luck on, not even good luck, but good stuff going to that side of the garage as well. Least deserving I've ever seen. At the end of the day, if you get the most points, you deserve to win, right? That's how, like, if he's able to get more points than Oscar over the rest of the season and win the title, then that's sort of how it works. He's having a time, yeah, true. Hang on, we are checking. He is, in fact, not having a lovely time. Williams is just so incredibly likeable. They just have two very nice and likeable drivers. I've always liked Carlos Sainz. It felt kind of like a bit... Really unfair that he lost his seat in the first place, frankly. Yeah, of course, the Hulkenberg one as well. It was crazy how little advantage Lando took of the Oscar crash. Because wasn't the stat that basically he gained less than if he'd... Sorry. He gained less than if he'd won the race and Oscar had come second or something. Okay, cool. So we're losing from an own goal. Who are we? Everyone Fulham plays? Had them in his race. Yeah, but then that's more on the person who's crashed out, isn't it? Like, end of the day, if you win the title because your teammate keeps crashing out, they probably should stop doing that. Max is always there. Like, is it championship back on? He's just so far behind. Because even if he won every race for the rest of the season, all Piastri would have to do is just be, like, sort of near him. Pretty much, wouldn't he? It's a bit like when Max dominated at the start of last season, and then when McLaren finally did get good, it was almost too late. Oh, that's a nice pass. Hello! Oh, please tell me that's onside. What a goal, by the way. That is glorious. This is actually a really, really important game that could be pivotal in our season, because the board will be kind of pissed if we go out of the Champions League in the group stage, but it would be brilliant for our chances in the league. Look at this ball from Carapici. Just pops it around the side. Denny Anderson, a man we've not seen much of this season. What a great finish. Max wins it. I guess, but he's just not going to, is he? I don't think Red Bull are that... I mean, they did look better. That's for sure. I guess even Yuki was sort of slightly more competitive. We still couldn't get past Hatchar, but... Oh, go on. That's a poor pass. I guess at least having Habida on the pitch is going to help us with the defensive situation if we do get in front of these games. Because he does just seem to be better lately than Shasley. I think maybe it is the big matches thing. Oh, that's a... I think he might just be a tad offside there. But he has finished it. Yeah. Can't match him by 4 points. Speaking, I actually don't think I've got one just yet. I lost it because I'm an idiot and put Iwobi on my bench. And then he went and got a goal and an assist against Brentford and got like 37 points. Meanwhile, he would have been put onto my team automatically, but then Jed Spence came on for like a tiny little bit of the game against Brighton, got 1 point, and thus screwed me. I mean, I say screwed me. I screwed me, but he didn't help. Which is really, really annoying. Not great. Turns out my opponent this week had a shitload of Liverpool players in their team, and they all kind of... He had Gravenberg, who obviously got an insane amount of points. 8 players. Oh, yeah, you don't want to do that. I talked to the guy from Club last week, actually, about... He was saying that he was just basically like an update on the the August stuff when I hadn't even really promoted it. So I think a few of you must have joined up at the end of August as well. So I got credited with that. But, yeah. I will hopefully get a meeting with them again soon so I can sort of bring some of the feedback you guys have given about it and then take it to them as well, which should be good. Yeah, Pog won really easily in her matchup. She's on the league. Oh, was it doing that thing again? My bad. I think it's because I'm in the mindset with this game, but pretty much unless we win, we're cooked. I think if we win, we'll probably be okay. Let me just check. So if we suddenly had 9 point... Ooh, yeah, I think we would... Oh, Jesus Christ. We might not, you know. It might legitimately come down to us versus them. Because if we win, we go to 9 points, but so do all these teams, and our goal difference is worse. But Eintracht Frankfurt's goal difference would go to -5. Whoa. If we go 2-1 up, we'll both be on 9 points with both having -4 goal differences. I don't know who scored more. It legitimately could be a case of we could lose out on the Champions League on goals scored, potentially, if we get the dub. But we still have to get that first. And also Barcelona not coming through at all. Oh, shit, that's a really nice pass. I think if we concede here, we're probably cooked. Kind of can't really complain. Just frustrating, because it's weird. We're able to beat Monaco, albeit with, like, be a lot of luck and good performance from Garnier, but I think we might be chefed at that point. It's like, what changes do we even make at this stage? I think it's kind of, honestly, we go on attack early because at this point, it really doesn't matter. It could mean that if we do win 3-2, it might actually be what does it for us. Who's played like crap? Habib's been bad, actually. You're kind of bad on the ball in general. Boneche struggled. Greet boost. Fuck it. Why not? Can you be the hero? Karapici off because he's tired. Maybe get Rezic on instead of Nagalo? That leaves me 2 more subbies. Unver's not been great, but we've got DeMarco. Fuck it. We're going to roll the dice on 5 subs at 62 minutes and just hope that for somehow these guys can just do something magical. But I'm not convinced. Defensive tackle. I hope so. I think it just depends on what we actually get regarding this like in and out of possession thing, because I'm hoping it's not like if it's in the game, I really hope it's not like super limited where it's oh my god, off the line. Right, somebody big head I need. Come on, another one. Oh, like it needs to be complete flexibility where I want the ability to play Octotrek in possession and then like a reverse Octotrek out of possession. Just for the memes. Youth and Take is coming up still. It'll be like early mid-March. We should get out of the transfer window and keep... It's because I keep yapping. I know. Kel Surprise. Sevilla are losing 2-1 to Crvena Zvezda with 2 red cards. Fun times. Come on, lads. 10 minutes to go. Show me something. Anything. We're 100%... We're getting knocked out of the Champions League, aren't we? Fuck. Don't think we can really argue too much with it either. Like, they just didn't turn up. Fuck it. It's annoying because like we rested the entire team for the midweek game, and then they just don't bother showing up against Eintracht Frankfurt. Wait, who in the end? How did they get 12 points in the end? Oh yeah, of course, because yeah, they scored after that, didn't they? Barcelona. We did finish above Barcelona though. You shocked? I know. You thought I'd been cured of my yappery. I guess the only plus side, and this is a pretty small plus side, is... Oh, that's good as well, actually. That presumably means that Japan are out, right? Yes. Also, embarrassing. Losing 4-3 to Saudi. It means that we can focus on the league. So... with the fact that if we were going to go through, it was going to be like 24th place, which means the likelihood is we were just going to get absolutely binned in the next round anyway. Do the board care? They don't care enough for it to be an issue. I think that makes our task really... Yeah, France is going to take a rating hit, but thankfully we don't have to care too much about that. And it's now going to mean, basically, we just have league games for the rest of the season. We're out the cups... out of everything. We can just focus solely on league games. And look at our next little run of games. 11th, 15th, 17th, 9th, 18th, 7th, 16th. Then we have this little run here. But if we, basically, by the end of March, pretty much by the end of today's stream, because it's going to be around about here, we want to be cooking. Like, we'll get Matsuoka back, probably by the Lorient game, honestly. Avoiding any major injuries, touch wood. Now, naturally, we'll get Barnetche broken ankle again in a minute. He's rejected it. Cool, well done, bud. Players never go when you want them to, do they? Do I want to loan Dardan Karapici to Sochaux, to Sevilla for the rest of the season? Do you know, I probably don't. Kind of mad that they've actually not only tried to loan him, but tried to loan him for free. It's like, you disappoint me. Right, what have we got? Ooh, not a lot. Oh, actually, no, that's a few. Maybe. Oh, no, there isn't. Ooh, Jurek Gosepa. He's quite cheap, you know, considering he's at RZ. Celtic guy in there too. Ooh, hang on. Willy Babiba is still good. I mean, it's not good, but he's not bad. And he's called Willy Babiba, which makes him immediately better. Lucas Manfredi. See, both of these two are... God, this guy underneath him looks quite good. But 21, non-EU. Cuzqueta. Actually, tell you what. Like, he is good, but he's not very quick for a 21-year-old winger. He's the sort of player that I would have turned down, probably. Yeah, I mean, Matsuoka... He was absolutely crushing it upon... Now you want Darko Rezic for free. Stop asking for my players for free, Sevilla. You're pissing me off. Life's too hard to go from... Yeah, well, exactly. I haven't spoken so much in a while. I'm still getting used to speaking again. Most days, I've actually not said a word to anybody. I've just sat in silence for the last, 12 days, saying nothing, just to prepare, Didn't want to burn my voice out. Nobody wants to see that, or I guess hear that, in this case. I actually genuinely don't think I'm going to get involved in much on deadline day unless anyone crazy pops up, because that's good, actually. Carapici gets his new contract. The only thing I would maybe move for would be a backup DLP. But we kind of do have that. It's just the fact that Matsuoka's been missing for such a long time that we've not felt like we had the backup because we've been playing the backup. And everyone else has kind of had to shuffle across. I mean, PSG are going to win this league again easily. I think that win against Monaco away from home could actually prove to be an extremely important one for us just because... Is he training well as well? Oh. The game now considers him to be better than Chilaza, stars-wise, or I mean, at least level. But Chilaza's kind of cooked out there on his PA as well. It's those reflexes. And the one-on-ones are improving. He's getting close. Usual pre-game editor stuff. Yeah. Imagine if they released it and there was no pre-game editor. I think at that point, people would just keep playing FN24 and just be like, to hell with your new game. I would say a 99.99999% chance there's a pre-game editor. I don't know if they've actually confirmed this, but I just think that would be so crazy if they didn't have a pre-game editor that we can all safely assume that they will. Luckily with Poland, we're not going to need to do so much pre-game stuff anyway because the Polish league is... Oh, it's tiny. Quite a... It's one of the leagues that the reason I like it is because it's so well rounded for building a nation to begin with in its vanilla state. So there is a few little things about playing Polish players and stuff. So you may end up getting into trouble with that, but they're relatively small. Yeah, I suspect the database stuff is almost going to be identical because at the end of the day, that is one of those if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of moments where I don't think it would make any sense to make huge changes there anyway. But yeah, so Poland. Pretty much the only changes we're going to make. Obviously, there's going to be a few little bits to do with activating the Poland Women's League. That's obviously going to be crucial because not because we are actually going to manage the women's team, but we want to have that agreement with the... Oh, interesting. I mean, that isn't the reason he didn't go, but sure, why not? Lie to yourself, Tristan. It was the injuries. It wasn't that no one wanted me. It was the injuries. All right, lad. Yeah, we'll probably have to send you home just in case. And get better right. That's a good point. Yes. Very well. Yes, you're right. Because someone mistook that for something else, didn't they? I think someone thought it maybe was a custom bookmark button. But yeah, you're right. That is because it was a little pen, wasn't it? Yep, good point. So yeah, I think we can safely assume it's in there. So we want to activate the Polish Women's League just so that we've got our affiliate agreement with Wisła Women, just so we can keep an eye on them throughout the save and sort of find out if there is any kind of shared financing mechanic that allows us to boost them up, potentially. See how they get on the world stage there as well. But yeah, the only other change we'll make maybe is the little thing that we always do in building a nation saves now, where I set it so that if we loan players out, they have to be allowed to pay against their parent club. Most leagues have that switched to the opposite, so they can't play against their parent clubs because most of the time you wouldn't want that as a parent club. But obviously, just for purposes of keeping the league fun and interesting, it makes sense to have them be able to play against us. Otherwise, we'll get who is it? Sligo Rovers type situation like we have with Treaty United, because that was an absolute disaster. I haven't managed in Poland in such a long time. Wisła Kraków! Amazing. What is actually the name of Wisła Krakow's women's team? I'm assuming it's just going to be Wisła Kraków and then whatever Poland is. Polish is for women's team. But maybe it's got its own cool name. We are hemorrhaging a little bit of cash at the moment. No, we're not selling you. Particularly for those fees. Although I like the fact that other teams are interested. What is it that's broken about the Danish one? Because I know there is a few things that are a little bit weird. Isn't there something to do with it's something to do with minimum contracts or something? Because I noticed that we've been able to pick up a load of players for free from Danish sides because they can't offer them new deals or something, even though... Yeah, I don't know. It's like that issue that was in Sweden when I was doing my Nordic Nomad save, where basically all the Swedish... I'd often end up playing against Swedish teams who only had one player on the bench because the AI didn't understand the foreign player rules for the league. So they would sign too many players that weren't eligible, and then they would only put one guy on the bench, and it was usually a goalkeeper. It was the weirdest thing. But surely that's the sort of stuff that gets tested, no? Hilali. We looked at this guy before, didn't we? He's quite good. Quite good, quite expensive. It's going to be a no from me. Oh, wow, he's won Romanian Player of the Month for the 15th time. Yeah, Celtic. Wait, they started to kind of shit the bed again, didn't they? We need to check that. Because, one, because it's going to be the perfect end of the season, Weird FM. Cool. So we want to see Celtic and 12. We are seeing Celtic 12. But how far away from anyone else? They have kind of stepped it up a little bit. It is worth noting that even if Celtic didn't have their 15-point deduction, they'd still be in the relegation zone. They're still 4 points behind St Mirren, who, unfortunately, I think are just shitting the bed too much for Celtic to be a reasonable... Dunfermline, though, still top. Scotland is just weird in this save, man. It's so very... I mean, to be fair, even if Aberdeen were to win the league, that would also be the 6th different winner in 6 years. The top two are both vying for a brand new... Not brand new title winner, but brand new in this save. I still think Celtic will probably end up They're not going to get top 10. It's because they've won a game there. They only narrowly beat Spartans 3-1 in the Scottish Cup 4th round. Aren't Spartans, like, not even... Oh, they're actually in League 2 these days. Wait, they went to League 1? Damn, they were 3rd in League 1 at one point. Point being, Celtic are still screwing the pooch. They're never catching up to 10th place. But I do feel they'll end up getting 11th place and they'll probably win the promotion relegation playoff. Because at the moment... don't know who it's likely to be against, but it probably doesn't matter too much, does it? Because they're Celtic. They're probably going to beat whoever comes second in the championship. They might not win the playoff, but I think they're probably going to be capable of beating Livingston, Wraith Rovers or Falkirk. Unless one of them's got a secret tycoon that's only just clicked in at the end of it. It's crazy that Dunfermline, by the way, were only promoted 2 seasons ago and now they're winning the league. Weirder things have happened, right? Only offer certain staff roles semi-pro deals. Oh. Or is it fully professional? You can't change it mid-game. Oh, that's even weirder. So, does that mean that you've got like fully professional sides that are only offering like semi-pro or part-time deals for players? And that's why they're just turning them down in general? Right. Who do I want to bring back in? Mr. Matsuoka. My man. He's finally back. And he's remembered Semir. That's nice. Right, Jose. Who even is Joe? Is that the Angolan guy? Right. He might be a lovely sale for the summer. Right, the Shaz Monster... Oh, whoa, this bench is... Wait, where the hell is everybody? Oh, it's because of all the non-EU guys that we put on the bench. They're never playing again, are they? Right, Szymanski's out. We'll just get rid of all those guys and then fill unpicked positions or whatever. Try and rebuild this team. I think in the summer, it's imperative that we sell Nagala. Unpicked positions... Shazly's average is 6.79 this season. He has actually had a better average rating than Habila. He just seems to put... He drops more absolute stinkers than anybody else we've had for a while. Surprising Prem teams. The biggest surprise was probably Salford, I would say. I don't think there's been any other... Like, Pompey were up for a bit. Bristol City have actually become quite... Or they were quite decent for a bit. I don't know what they're up to these days. In fact, so much so that they've gone again. Bristol City were okay for a little bit. But you look at it and it's kind of mostly the same. Like Portsmouth up there. In fact, this is one of the more boring Premier League seasons in terms of the actual teams that are in it. It looks very likely that Spurs might not win their 6th consecutive title. Which would be good because we would like to see something else happen. Middlesbrough, I'd probably say, are the most sort of surprising team. Recently, anyway. We also have a guy called Clyde McFall, which is just a good name. And Dougie Emery is the manager. Championship as well. It's always the same, generally speaking, same teams up towards the very top here. This little club, including Bristol City as it happens. Bristol Rovers, by the way, though, championship side, doing absolutely appallingly. Just has to be said. Oxford United doing all right. There was another one. Yeah, Mansfield. Mansfield like mid-table championship, which is pretty impressive. I don't know if there's any surprise. League One is kind of, for the most part, almost teams you'd expect. Apart from the fact that Stoke are looking like they're getting relegated from it, along with Coventry City and Rotherham. That relegation zone is pretty crazy. Stockport, Bradford City, doing the opposite of what they're doing in real life, actually. Considering, aren't the Bradford City top of League One right now? So fair play. Right, that's going to be okay. This needs to be a dub. An immediate and large dub. Your team actually went through semi-pro. Fucking hell. I don't think that's ever happened to me. Oh, I see, Kermit. That's why we're able to sign all those random guys from Norgeland who are way too good to be signing on a free, but the club won't offer them a new deal. I see. Right, sick. Did a full-on Preston. Okay, they've got a 4-4-2. We're usually quite good against 4-4-2s. We do need to start getting some... Actually, our league form lately has been pretty solid. It's just form in every other competition that's been absolute ass. Like, our Champions League form was dreadful and thoroughly deserved to go out. The Cup, we got a little bit unlucky in that, one, we drew Lille, and two, we had a Champions League game like a week later, no, like 3 days later, so we had to rotate against Lille as well. I still think we can get second this year, and just really, provided we get no major... Oh, it's just so nice seeing Matsuoka back on the ball. It has been like, what? It feels like 6 months. It's probably only more like 4. What a pass. Binder's already through. Binder has already put us in front. Come on, Semir. He's not having the season like he did last year. That is for sure. He's only got 8 goals so far this year. I think last year he nearly got to 20. But honestly, who cares? If he pulls off a season for the rest of the... If he goes like this for the rest of the year... This is a great pass from Barnetche. Just on the spin. 3 players drawn to him. What a ball in behind. And Binder's actually started finishing some of these lately, which is nice. I think he might... No, he's probably still not a top scorer, actually. I think Tristan still is technically the top scorer, but he's also not really done much either. Leighton Lorient. My favourite team. That is a wild touch. Come on, Carapici. This is a big moment for him, actually. I'm going to give him, basically, the right wing for the rest of the season now. That's his role. And he needs to impress me. Oh, go on, Dennis. Whip it across. Well, I mean, that's one way of doing it. 2-0. Dennis Unver with a lovely assist and Carapici with another goal. I think that means he's already got, like, what's that, 3-4 more goals now than Nagalo? In way less matches as well. This is great hold-up play from Barnetche. Unver, now that he's had nearly a full season here, has definitely become a lot better. Dreadful goalkeeping as well. Worth it because of this. Jesus Christ. I mean, things look to be going in the right direction. Fair enough. Wait, are we about to score a set piece? Wait, what? No. Oh, maybe? Ah, close one. Drop it. Go on, Semir. Have a shot. I was kidding. That is sensational. It's 3-0 to Sochaux. I know Lorient aren't a great team, but that is special. What a strike. Terrible goalkeeping as well, but this is delightful. Just out of his feet, opens it up. The keeper's got no chance. Oh. And another assist for Barnetche. He's obviously seen what Gripus has been doing from a creative standpoint. You just don't see goals like that very often. Also, Marseille, obviously they haven't played yet, appear to be... That's what we need, actually. We need Nantes and Marseille to sort of fight amongst themselves while we get back involved with Lille and Monaco. Because Lorient are like... They're not a good side, but they're not like a horrendous side either. Comfortable mid-table kind of team. Perfect. Absolutely. One thing I do need to do, in fact, if someone could remind me after this game, I wouldn't mind seeing where Garnier sits now on the advanced metrics. I realise he's not played that many games for us yet, but he's actually... He's not, I don't think, conceded a goal yet in the league for us since he came back from his loan spell. Ironically, at Lorient, which might explain why they're doing badly, because perhaps the only reason they were doing as well as they were is because they had Garnier in goal. And actually, I'm kind of curious to see who their goalkeeper is these days. Yeah, so that does kind of make sense. It's Joseph Longwa, an uncapped South African goalkeeper who... I mean, he's out of contract in the summer. They signed him for free from one of the South African sides that you don't tend to get good players from. Yeah, we really have sabotaged the hell out of Lorient by recalling him at the time that we did. In my defence, we did recall him fairly early into the window, so they've had time to replace him. The Royal Alarm Club. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I wonder how close Shasley is to getting that now, actually. But, hey, he'll get his French citizenship, but then he'll also have full access to all the local hospitals when he has to go for physiotherapy after getting his leg split into 7 places. That is a decision. That's true. They won't get a top 3 goalkeeper. It's kind of crazy that... Like, I just wanted to see what he could do on a loan spell, but wasn't he, like, statistically the best goalkeeper in the league over the first half of the season? So the fact that we just had that at our disposal to bring back, obviously it didn't help us in the Champions League, but next year it certainly could. I think just having him play like another 6 months with us domestically, develop a little bit more, next year in the Champions League, everybody else will have taken another step forward because they're all still so young for the most part. Oh, go on, back post. Oh, that's... How is that a penalty? 1, he wins the ball. 2, it's not in the box. And now we have to wait. God, do you know what? Best thing I would see if they brought this out from 26 is an ability to... What? I don't think I can now, but... As if... How in... Okay, Matt Swoker from the spot. Bang, 4-0. I can't help but feel like Lorient might have been screwed there. In what world is that a penalty? But we'll take it. Probably should rest some players now, given that we're 4-0 up. Who needs a little resty rest? Claudio, perfection. DeMarco on for Denise. Creeper's on for Barnetche because he's not on a hat-trick or anything. And then we'll save the last subby just in case. Refereed game all time. One thing, like when I was watching the Fulham Leeds game last week, and we got the very fortunate own goal towards the end of the game, the commentator in the game was like, oh yes, after some bad luck last week with the VAR in the Chelsea game, Fulham got a bit of good luck. I'm just like, the Chelsea game wasn't bad luck. Bad luck would have been like if our defender had done exactly that. Oh. Yeah, I think it's one of those ones where it's like it would have been given in 2D type of moments, which hopefully we get less of. But I'm just curious to see like what the collision mechanics for 26 are going to be like, or if there is any, because currently in 24 it basically feels like there's none of that present in the game whatsoever. This has been a really good performance actually. Goal difference is looking a little bit more sprightly. The wins keep coming. I think we might have actually won 5 in a row in the league as it goes. Was there a draw in there? Either way, the league performances have got a lot better from where they were, because it was in an absolute shit state before. Not win. What we need now is a lovely little defeat for Marseille. That would be the dream. But truly, with the run of results we've got coming up in theory... Wow, we got a... Is that an international break in there, or is it just loads of gaps? Shazly's out for a groin strain. Okay. Stop sprinting then, bud. Have you not learned your lesson? Joao Pedro. Ooh. Garnier stats. Thank you, yes. I don't know if you're actually going to be able to see... It should just update on him, right? At least we're doing right on this side of things. Right, keepies. Okay, that's actually something ridiculous now. He is Jesus. He's making the rest of the league look bad. Like, a 3.29 and a 3 above expected goals prevented is elite numbers. And there's Garnier at the top with nearly 8. Now, most of those obviously would have come from his time at Lorient, but not entirely, because he played in the Monaco game where he prevented by himself 2.58, and against Lorient, another 0.3, so he's nearly prevented 3 just since he's joined us again. His record is obscene. I like that he's made 118 clearances. 7 clean sheets, and only 11 goals conceded. Oh, no, 4 before. Yeah, he's the Lorient goalkeeper's on a different page entirely. Where does he sit on the general goalkeeping one? See, this is why this default goalkeeping one is so, like, meaningless. To me, it's what you're looking... What I would prefer is actually a expected goals on target prevented one. Alice! Hello, my friend. How's it going? What did you... Because we haven't had a chance to talk about this yet. What did you think about the women's football announcements for 26? Also, how was stream? And how are you? So, Kilaza is technically still here. But we've essentially come to the conclusion that... I'll show you for why. Basically, he kind of... let me just see if I can find a goalkeeping stat here. So, he is actually Barnetche with our most goals. Yeah, we're just not getting enough goals from around the pitch as we were last season. I think we just had too many little like random things happen to us. Where are we talking now? So yeah, Garnier. God, he's worth a lot of money. Did we only pay 4.5 mil for him? Surprising, actually. So, from like a comparison point, let me just put them on like goalkeeper defend for the time being, just so we can get an idea. So a few leagues. I feel like 14 feels like quite a good amount for the first edition. You'd like to believe that it's going to be one of these things that's going to be added to year upon year. My concern is, like, say they went in for 20 years, 20 leagues, would they have to then wait another year to bring it out? My worry was going to be that they'd have, like, way too few leagues and it was going to be, like, 3 or 4. I'm just excited for more leagues to manage in. So, they're actually quite well matched in a lot of areas. The one thing that Kilaza does, or in fact the two things really, that I value quite heavily is command of area and his one-on-ones. His one-on-ones are exceptional, and it did show. Like, it felt like when players went one-on-one with Kilaza, he was the favourite to save it pretty much all the time, and he did do that a lot. And his command of area, we haven't seen Garnier get super flappy yet, though, so maybe that wasn't as important as we thought. And he matches up on area reach, and I think the crucial thing that Garnier has is he's got insanely high reflexes. Now, obviously his mentals aren't there yet, but they're both the same height, both the same footedness. Garnier is much more agile. I wonder if that helps with the reflexes, and his natural fitness is good too. Garnier is technically better. Like, okay, maybe that's no, I suppose there's a tendencies rather than important things, but he just does the things. He just plays better. Look at the average ratings across the two. 6.92 for Kilaza and a 7.53 for Garnier. I mean, those are very, very big numbers. And I know he's only played 2 games for us so far, so Razic is going Hibernian. I think we're just going to have to accept... We should be able to get through the rest of the season with Nagalo as the backup to Karapici for the time being. Marseille get a massive dub, but they are playing against Nancy, so that kind of makes sense. That's my hope. I suspect it's a case of 14 licensed leagues, and then the rest of the leagues will be there and they can be turned on in the same way that men's leagues can, I hope. I really hope so. The last thing we want is rocking up and find that the Polish league is completely absent and we're just simply not able to turn it on. I suspect that stuff will be in the background. And people will be building databases for it anyway. I'm hoping that at least the data for like the lower English leagues is there available too. Because offline, I'm 100% going to be playing a Fulham women's team save just because it's nice to play with Fulham in the lower leagues. Although maybe not for much longer because Fulham women are 5 for 5 this season. Even though I think it's London Bees, which is Barnett's team, have got like a massive goal difference because they have thumped a few teams. When they play against the better sides in our league, they do just seem to like draw quite a lot and lose. So it seems like Fulham are just better overall, but just not putting like the twattings down on certain people. Well, this is the thing. I feel like in FM, there's like 3 different stages of a league. There's licensed and playable, playable, and then unplayable. But even the unplayable ones can still be switched on using editor data. And most of that data already exists. I guess the question is how flushed out that's going to be. Right, we are going to take part in Deadline Day, just in case anything magical happens. Did I just see that Monaco are after Nagalo? That's bold. Fulham, Man City and Bayern. One of these things is not like the other. I like Chawi and Bashir. I don't really want to sell either of those two. License, not licensed for player. Well, yeah. I suspect in this case, all of the women's leagues that are playable are probably going to be the licensed ones. And I suspect the rest of them will fall into the third category of unplayable but existing in the background. Fulham do have a tycoon. It's just funny to see them in that like connection. It's like the thing with the 3 dragons, you know? Far too big for just the women's league they've been out. There you go, yeah. Because haven't they said... Did they... Forgive me. They may have, or may not actually, have said something about the amount of players in the new database. Because there was a number batted around. Oh, Barry Garlow's off to Newcastle, it would seem. Do I want to make a random loan deal here just to get him some football? Go on then, Benjamin. 41k. Yeah, if it's 40,000... Just think how many of those players... So 36,000 players, 5,000 non-players. Oh, so even if it's 36,000. Hydra heads, dragon, semantics. Says man who was wrong. Yeah, so 35k. That's a lot. That surely has got to cover... I don't know how many players would be covered by the 40... I mean, let's just think about it. Say each team has a squad of 30. Probably more or less. Maybe I'll go a bit more than that. No, let's just say 40. The leagues aren't even as big, so I think it's going to be sizable. Tobia? Oh, no, I don't want to sell you permanently. Or do I, actually? Installments, per league appearances. Do you know what? Fuck it, why not? The cash machine, otherwise known as Not, have once again caved in. And yes, Bayer Leverkusen are in Frei Jose Martinez. The question is, am I? Oh, wait, no, I can't afford him. Should I nevertheless just see what's cooking? I knew the wage would be the issue. 145k, little bit above our high end. Plus, we just do not have the money. God damn it. Watch him sign for Bayern for like 90k. Yeah, I think that's encouraging. I suspect it's because to get the league licenses, you need to negotiate with the leagues and the rights holders, but the players themselves, as far as I'm aware, are licensed through the players' unions, which are much larger collective bargaining organisations. So if they can get the rights to the players' unions in total, then they just get everybody at the same time. Around 12k players, at least non-licensed with the women's side. That's sick. That's perfect. Means I get to use Stella Gandhi Morgan. So he's gone. 150k a week. Can't really argue with that. Lefebvre, no. All the high rep players, all the players, it seems. Now, I suspect the accuracy will somewhat suffer initially, but that's okay. Just getting on the board is the crucial thing. Okay, that goes through as well. Is it possible for... No, honestly. I assume this was on the podcast that I wasn't on this week, but because obviously I was in Aberdeen. I genuinely think it will take Hadrian less than 48 hours to figure out a way to not just have them play against each other, but have them on the same teams. It'll probably be like a tick box in the editor that's just like they've forgotten to hide or something. Anyone good in here? Lock down the leagues, yeah. Maybe licensed teams, or... I think this is the problem. Licensing is such an absolute minefield when you come into who... It's the same reason that we don't see licensed stadiums a lot of the time. They've got the large database, yeah, which is what seems to have taken the time. Trip to Aberdeen, it was lovely, honestly. It was just a nice place. Obviously, we weren't really there. Well, we were there as tourists a little bit, but we were there for a very specific thing. Lavinio, thank you for the 38
notification.
months.
Get effed purple app. Hope you had a great break, good sir.
I did. It was nice to just sort of take things a bit slower for a little bit, which means I always struggle getting back up to speed. It's a little bit like jumping out of a moving car, is stopping the content train a little bit. I think now that I've come back, I'm just kind of going, right, what are the priorities between here and 26? For me, is just getting myself into a healthy space where I can hit 26 in a non-burnout, I want to tackle this kind of way. Because the last thing I'd want is to go straight into like 26 with the exact same problems as 24/5, you know? Because that will be good for nobody, really. Oh, I haven't done any team report lookups today, have I? One sec. Share facilities. I don't know. This is one of the things I'm really looking forward to finding out, honestly. That thing especially. Ooh, you're 20, but... Oh, I must know more about you. How have you not played for them yet, bro? Women's youth ratings. I think they'd have to. Because certain countries are very different in their like stature in the game, in the men's game and the women's game. Like the US is probably the best example of this, I would say, in terms of like they are always one of the favourites for World Cups in women's football, but never even really considered to be a challenger for the men's World Cup, right? So you'd hope that the US women's youth rating would be massively higher, comparatively speaking. Shorter contracts, yeah, but I suppose it's got to be realistic, hasn't it? There will need to be some separation in that sense. Low interest in Unver. Why would I do that? North Korea, yeah. And I believe the Australian women's team is pretty high up compared to the men's team as well, right? I kind of just want to keep hold of Mallory. But the fact that other teams want him so much makes me like excited about the prospect of what he could be. So there'll definitely have to be some things in the back end that are different, for sure. And then, you know, they have their own stadiums and training grounds and stuff like that, don't they? Jordan, he's got on loan to Sheffield. God, he's still only 23. His career has not panned out the way he was looking for. My God. Rodrigo on loan, who? I like the idea that Hull are just loaning a guy from Palmeiras on £30 a week. How have Hull managed to do that is my question. Men and women. 7th in the Premier League. Or is it 8th? Top half, mate. Don't know what you're chatting. Fulham are brilliant. I mean, our top scorers own goals. But, you know, once we harness the power of Kevin, it's going to be okay. Do you know who I truly fear for? Cambridge United. They're going to get their bodies handed to them tonight because a lot of the players that have not been starting for Fulham recently are almost certainly going to be in our lineup for the Cambridge United game this evening. The likes of Kevin and Chukwueze and Raul Jimenez and ESR and all these lads that haven't really been starting games for us. Yeah. We have the world's greatest Harry Wilson. Exactly. Who continues to put the ball in the Brentford net. Score goals. Yeah, Wolves, my God. I was sort of under the impression, the kind of like, oh, you know, Wolves will be okay. It's just a weird start. But then seeing the performance against Leeds, I actually saw it was a Wolves fan on TikTok talking about the situation at Wolves, and he described the Wolves team as a team of NPCs, of like regens, but like not in a good way. Of they're looking at their starting 11 being like, who are these people? None of them are recognizable in any way. Now, obviously, that's not always a bad thing because sometimes you do just bring gems in from absolutely nowhere. Every player was at some point in some way unrecognizable. But I guess if you have too many of them, it feels desperate in some respects, I guess. Because I looked at that Wolves team and I didn't recognize almost all of the players in that team. Cardiff, Burnley. Burnley are doing slightly better than I thought they were going to be. Asui was in Fulham. Yes, we've got Yonakusi Asari. Don't know how much he's going to play, honestly. He's not been on the bench for us just yet. Joao Gomez and Andre. Yeah, Andre. The only reason I really know much about Andre is just because Fulham were linked with him for 9,000 years. Do you know what? It feels like Wolves' team is greyed out players, almost. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't bode well. But they've got a new contract for the manager. So... Store brand version, yes. We've got the Tesco's value, Matthias Cunha. We're going over, yeah. But yeah, like look at Wolves' starting 11 for the game against Leeds at the weekend, and then now obviously I'm sure some of you will be more familiar with some of those players than I am, but I looked at the lineup and I went, I do not know who most of these footballers are. Potter, I reckon Graham Potter is the kind of manager that's this is not going to work out well for him at West Ham. But I do think that whoever he moves to next could well be a very fruitful partnership. I feel like he's just been on the rebound a little bit too much. I think that next job, he could chef. It has to be the right one. Right, let's see. Forget about the cups. Offer you out at the new club. Amazing. Perfection, lad. And same with you, chap. You're worth even more. Amazing. What should his value be, like 10 million now? 56. All right, well, that's actually still pretty good. What about you? 42. Do you know what? If we get anything for these guys, let me just check. Don't have any clubs. Just hire intermediary. 3%. 10 million is a little bit low in it. I might just do it anyway for the vibes, but from 42 to 12, that's a little bit too little. I don't think that's much more than we paid. Let me just try you. I kind of just want to see who it is that comes in. No one's interested in him at all. That's wild. 10 million. Sweets are, well, they're certainly getting up there. Good championship team. Yeah. Speaking of Sheffield United, it's the Chris Wilder part 3. I haven't really looked at much of the championship this season. Sometimes I assume a lot of you do this as well, where you'll just randomly get like your football app up when you're bored or something, or you're waiting for someone usually. I mean, if I'm at a clothes shop and Pog's trying something on, I'm like, right, straight to FootMob. And be like scrolling through, just looking at league tables and shit. And then I just looked at the bottom of the championship and I was thinking, I expected to see Sheffield Wednesday at the bottom. And lo and behold, I did see a Sheffield team, but it wasn't Wednesday. What is going on there? How have they allowed that to happen? 5 games without a goal. That's like Villa numbers. No, that's like Cheltenham Town numbers from a couple of years ago. Probably last year, no? Wild. But like, is Chris Wilder going to do much there? Krishy, yeah, he was definitely from Slavia, right? Hello, Archer. How's it going, friend? This was such a winnable cup as well. So annoying. Ipswich fan for I know. They've not done well either. Because wasn't their game against Blackburn called off because of a waterlogged pitch? It's September. Football is just fun. Bill Bono's off. Big up, Bill. Well done, down to 10 men. I know. Because it looks like the whole game is going to have to be replayed, right? No, it was very waterlogged. Hey, once the ref came on with his big muscles, that ref was stacked, by the way. Dropped that ball on the pitch and it rolled like not at all. I can totally see why. But it is just hilarious. Like, to me, it's just wild that we're in a situation where the game's played 80 minutes, they're losing and down to 10 men, and they just get a free go at it again. If I'm Blackburn, I'm fuming, but then I suppose I'm also just like, maybe I should have looked after my pitch more, I guess. But 9% of transfers. Yes. I mean, to be fair, the transfer strategy is the current Fulham strategy these days. Leave it all to the last minute, and somehow it just works. Why did you lie about something? Brother. Oh, for God's sake. It's annoying that there isn't an option in here to say, I'll let you go if someone gives me the right money. But there isn't. Simple as that. I can't have you do other clubs right away. The window's shut. You penis. Hopefully this promise will actually give me enough time to actually offer him out. Where is it? 211 days. I love that that's as soon as possible. 211 days. I guess that's the end of the summer transfer window, right? Also wild that the Barnetche promise is still in there. Lordy Lord. Speaking of, I wanted to look at Shasley again just to see if how close he is to his eligibility. Oh no! He's in goddamn awaiting paperwork. Oh god. He's trapped in severance. This could never be good. I think we might be cooked there. 55 minutes score. 4-1 down. Lack of about simple. It's why non-league's just fun, innit? Probably I did actually consider going down to, because Edie were playing in the FA Vars at the weekend. They lost on penalties, which is really annoying. How can it, Big Daddy? Cool, because I just have superior music taste. What can I say? That and the fact that all of my follower sounds are just Eurotrip noises. He'll never return. He's like Assanged himself in the embassy. Let's see. We did think about going down, but I can't remember why we didn't actually. I think it was just knackered. New jet lag season. I know. So Pog and I missed out on loads of YouTube when we were away. So the first thing we did when we got back, well, not first thing, but like, just went down there, just scrolling through the thing, adding everything to a giant playlist. Jet lag All Stars looks sick. Kravinovic. Yeah, go on then, lad. Well, I'll tell you what. Make me an offer that I can refuse. Oh. I can refuse, but I choose not to. Well done, lads. It was lovely, Dodster. Nice to get away for a little bit. Just nice to hang out with Pog. You might notice that Pog, despite being a lady of leisure lately, actually isn't present in the house today. For once, Pog is not working from home. In fact, Pog has actually gone to the land of the big Tom FM in the sky, of Lincoln. That's where she finds herself today. Oh, right, of course, yeah, I'm not doing that, but it's good to know that, of course, it was not... that would be a hell of a bargain for them. Bloody hell. It was extradition. Sorry to... It turns out it's just where a lot of her team are based. You see that too? Yes. Yeah, she snuck out without my knowledge. Rude. She went into the office for about 2 hours yesterday. I realised there was actually no work for her to do, so just came home again. They still haven't got her uniform, which is wild. We do think take day? No. Loads of time. We're not even halfway through yet. Also, you have no idea how hard I can press the continue button. resort to accepting all loan offers to get... Yeah, I mean, sometimes that can do the trick as well, because at the very least, you're establishing like a loan pathway for the player. And at least if you send them somewhere else, they might get good. So in Lincoln Rivers, maybe. They said he was a wrong one. Need a goalkeeper, never get one. So with goalkeepers on club, that is one thing I think that there should be. You know, with the 6 loan players you get, I feel like one of them, they should always be 2 forwards, 2 midfielders, 2 defenders, and a goalkeeper in there. Because I very nearly didn't have a goalkeeper this week because I couldn't loan one and I didn't pack one. So that is definitely something that needs to be looked at. In the end, I ended up getting Donnarumma. That I will, but I might. And it's the threat that counts. Tricorn hat and waistcoat, of course. I see you've seen the uniform. It is still crazy that she hasn't got it yet, though, considering that she's now... This is the beginning of her 4th week working there, and they still haven't actually provided the uniform. She still hasn't got a van yet. Yesterday, she was worried. She was like, do I have penalty points on my license? And I'm like, well, I hope you don't. Otherwise, I'm going to have to tell the insurance company. Right, a bit of that. I think she just wants to get stuck in because she's realizing that how ineffective the processes that the people that were doing the stuff before her were using were. Whereas it's basic things like just not taking enough pictures of the boats and stuff like that. And like trying to give the enforcement team like 2 pictures of a boat that doesn't even show you where the boat actually is or where the notice is in relation to the boat and stuff like that. Just basic things that she's going to very easily be able to fix. A UEFA Super Cup in Estonia. That's crazy. Who are you playing against? This is where it turns out it's like Paidalina Miskond or something. Still sitting on... So this week I've got... I've loaned... Who have I loaned? I think I loaned Vicario again, just to sort of make sure I had a goalkeeper, because I still haven't packed one properly. I should have a Manny now, actually. It feels like it's that time of day. Let me just check, see if I've got a new Manny. Oh, nice. Sorry, I just had a response from the guy. Speaking of club, just had a response from the guy from club. Manny. Where are you, Manny? There he is. Right, okay, cool. I also got a stadium upgrade done, which is really, really huge. Is there any goalkeepers in there right now? No, there isn't. Okay, but I can get Jack Grealish. Yeah, Pog had Diaz as well. Right, let's see. What are we saying? Just get that sorted. Give me someone good. I packed Declan Rice again the other day. Just gave him away. I didn't need him. Okay, rare. Go on. Elite. It's not a goalkeeper. Hey! Oh, please be Kevin. It's not Kevin, is it? It's Iwobi. I already have... Actually, that's not bad, I guess. If only I'd, put him in the team last week. That's not bad. I'll take that. Like, Iwobi is a good player, and he seems to be getting better now that we've got more pressure on him in the squad. Yeah, some more contracts for him is never a bad thing. I had to extend Caicedo's contract, and that cost me 130,000 coins. My player this morning was Fulkrug. Oh, I got Voltemade yesterday. Right. I actually didn't keep him in the end, because I actually quite like my strike force at the moment, because I've got Semenyo and Mateta. Although, I think... Are Palace playing Liverpool this weekend? How did you guys do in actual FPL as well? I did slightly better. My fantasy football team. It's never too late. It's also never too late to join club! Exclamation mark club. One of the things I like about it, actually, is that club, the way that they do the rankings on the leagues a lot of the time is it's done on a weekly thing as well. So even if you join late, it doesn't actually matter that much. You've obviously got the overall one, but the only slight downside, I had Richarlison on the bench this week, and he got 9 points. So that's good. I did actually at least move up in the creator league a little bit. I think I was bottom for a little while. Dazza! There you are, my friend. How's it going? We have stuff to talk about. Thank you for the 55.
Hello, Matto.
Hello.
Hope your break was nice.
Tremendous.
I myself only landed from Toronto this morning. Amazing trip. Great city. Niagara Falls is insane, which means I saw no football this weekend and for some reason have felt no reason to search out highlights. Can't think why. Was
that reason Ethan Pinnock? I actually missed the goal. I looked down at my phone for a second, looked up, and the ball was just looping into the Brentford net, but there was no Fulham player with anywhere near where the ball was, so I was trying to understand what had even happened there. Brentford actually don't even look that bad on the ball a lot of the time, but my God, the individual errors are crazy. It's like watching an FM team Watching Brentford is a little bit like watching my teams play in the Champions League in FM, basically. It's the only way I can describe it. It just looks like at any given moment they're about to do something silly. It's wild. Though the long throws are certainly interesting. I particularly enjoyed the one that Bernd Leno saved with his cock. Oh, careful. The salary cap is ruthless, but once you get to level 5 in stadiums, you get 3 steps of salary cap each time, and it goes to 1.5 million increases, which I think really does help. Just takes a little while. Madueke is injured, isn't he? That's the last thing he needs for his career. Well, obviously, it's the last thing any player needs for his career, but him especially. Have Liverpool already announced their team for tonight against Saints? Or have I just been streaming way longer than I thought I had? Yeah, I think it's going to be a while before that's the case, Hamburger. You can still get it if you're really swifty like Don did, but it's not an easy one. I got a surprise for you. And, to be fair, even he looks surprised. He's so handsome. Who's this? He's a very hirsute man. Have we just conceded a goal? Yes, we have. Oh, of course it's Patrick Mbappe. Mini Marcus, thank you for the 19 months. It's really Saturday. What? There was a split second where I believed you. I must say, like, obviously the first goal was just calamity of errors in the defence, but that second goal was bloody delicious. That pass from Iwobi, like, 99 times out of 100, that piece of play doesn't lead to a goal because Iwobi isn't going to be likely able to find that pass so perfectly most of the time. And not just that, but because the pass was so good, it allowed Wilson to take that first time. And if he even takes a single touch on that, Kelleher's getting to it. But because he just does it first time, it completely catches him out. Yeah, just go back to Alisson. This is what we could have won. Can't really afford a defeat against Toulouse here. Harry Wilson just doing Harry Wilson things. It's fantastic. The fact that Kevin didn't even start as well. But then when he did come off the bench, he didn't touch the ball as much as I would have liked, but it's because I'm always expecting him to do something crazy whenever he is on the ball. That's definitely going to be off. Not, is it? Nope. Bonace, bang. Hi, where'd you Yeah, I find sometimes if I'm doing like a task or whatever and I'm not using my phone, I will just run ads on it the entire time to catch up some of those things. We cannot afford to lose. True. 5 million over the cap. I guess during midweek you can kind of be as much over the cap as you like and then just get rid of people. There was I don't know if you guys have listened to the latest episode of Football Cliches, but they were talking about how Spurs were sick of the sight of Yakuba Minter, who'd scored 2 in 3 against them, and like what were the thresholds required for a team to be sick of the sight of them. And I'm just thinking the entire time, Harry Wilson is the reason. He's got 7 goals against Brentford. I think he's got like 4 in the last 3 games against them, and it's not like he's even a striker or anything. Do you know what? It's actually a fairly reserved one, Moyton. I believe Kevin's name is like, it's got your, I believe it's got like your Carvalhos and your Dos Santoses in there somewhere. Kevin does feature, of course. Would have to. It's even weirder when the actual name doesn't feature either. That was a hell of a response from us, really. Like, going down so early there, and I'm wondering if we might even be able to turn it around on this same play. This is a really long passage of passing. Oh, that's a pass. Speaking of, come on, Tristan, bang it. We've gone behind, and now we're in front inside 7 minutes of the start of the game. Trophy celebrations. I'd like to think so. A silver. There's always a silver, right? Kevin William Carvalho. No. Is that it? Kevin Santos Lopes de Macedo. Kevin really good. Yes. He's one of those players that people give it 6 months and people would be like, why was this guy not signed by Chelsea, Man United? Why was he not even really on the radar of those teams? And I suspect the reason basically was because he was playing for Shakhtar and it was like, he looks good relative to where he's playing, but was he good enough to actually be at the highest level? The answer is yes. He's one of those players that every time they get the ball, they are going to run at you and you're going to look silly. Whether you like it or not, you have to give them like several yards. And if you do, they'll just cut inside instead. He's ridiculous. He got a Brentford player booked after like 20 seconds because he took it around 2 of them. He's the sort of guy that gets the ball and goes, I'm going to take it around your mate and you, and then your mate again in front of you. He's the ultimate, like, he cucks footballers live on the pitch, basically. Picture of Mudryk tax. Did I see this correctly, or was this just like random social media waffle? That Mudryk is becoming a sprinter. Is he going to go for the enhanced games by any chance? Stevie Wonder. Love it. We had a goalkeeper called Steve Wonder on a previous save.
I'm the Pope. Cooper,
have we actually got another injury? Did I actually make the change?
Hat.
I did. We're all right. Sospoma, thank you for the follow. Even that fast was fake. Yeah, it felt like one of those things that was made up. But I'm a boomer, chat. What was his vision? I don't think it was great because he was a goalie, right? I can see us getting 4 or 5 in this game if we carry on like this. Now that we're out of Europe, we've got, a week in between each game. No injuries so far. Everyone's just going to chef. Call it now. We're going to win the league. We're not. Second place, though, I think it's very likely. Binder. Just, there's so many players on the pitch that we can just do things for us now. Matsuoka is one of them. And I just feel so much more comfortable with him on the pitch. I feel like every time he gets the ball, he's making the right decisions passing-wise. Oh, go on. Keep the pressure on him. Don't let him get away with this. That's it. Step up. Big header. Keep the ball moving again. Nice. Right. Where's that run? Oh, there we go. He's miles offside this time, surely. But he has finished it. Yep, he's offside. Nice. It's better because of why. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like, surely he couldn't play. Or, play in athletics. How far has the save gone? I believe this is the tail end of season 20. Lukaku's saying, here's a fun for you, chat. Which footballers do you think would actually excel really nicely at a different sport? What sport? I'm curious. Because I feel like some players just have a certain type of the way that they play, or athleticism, or IQ even, that would lend themselves to a different sport entirely. Apparently Josh King at diving. If you ask the referee, he's a dirty bugger. Send the dirty bugger off. Okay, so that's annoying. Rugby or sprinting? Sprinting 100%. I don't think Adama Traore is tall enough. Oh, my apologies, Lord Justin. I genuinely misunderstood you there. So we've actually just been knocked out of the Champions League at the group stage this year, which is actually a setback from last year where we got through to the knockouts. We just had some really bad performances in Europe, along with some injuries in the wrong places. Not been the best of times, but we are now just focusing on trying to go as far as we can in the league this year, keep the development of the players, so next year we can bring in the right players in the summer and have a proper crack at being a genuine, getting through to the quarterfinals of the Champions League next year is what I want to see for us, really. Milner is an ultramarathon runner, 100%. I could see him doing like UTMB. Jambalaya, thank you so much for the 25 months, man. How's it going? Great darts, pro. Mr. Build, yeah, in it. Triple jump. She's already got the run-up. Wayne Rooney. Did you guys see that clip of Wayne Rooney talking about how the reason Manchester United's team cohesion was so good is because they all used to play Sochaux on the PSP? And I'm just like, that's such a Wayne Rooney thing to say, and yet I'm also wondering, is that technically true? Also, did we just score that? It's 3-1. Carapicci's done it again. I just assumed he was offside. Oh no, he's not even close to offside. Brilliant cross. Should have whatever he was doing, but he wasn't playing for Fulham, that's for sure. Tremendous. Right, now that we're 3-1 up now. All up his arms. I don't know if he does the baby oil thing as much. He did when he first came to Fulham, because it was like a big meme, obviously, right? But I don't think I've seen him notably do it since then. Christ. Am I bringing Sven on? Yeah, it's happening. Okay, cool. Sven is on. It'd be harsh to take Monachi off on a hat-trick here, but it's still opportunity for Goalkeepers, right? Netball. Bobsled pusher. But do you think he's just got the calves and the quads for it? Lovely to see you, Jambalay. To be fair, you haven't missed much. I've been away for 12 days. Doesn't want baby. Hayden, which part of his body did you think he was oiling up? Anderson's through, and he nearly makes it for
You know if there's a train coming in
Gaelic football.
Oh yes, very soon.
Did he have a history in Gaelic football?
Now.
The Welsh football manager. How's it going, my friend? Where are you from and what do you do? Oh, nearly 4. Oh, Akinfenwa. But was he actually strong, or was he aesthetically strong? As in, when you look at strong men, most of them don't have the rippling muscle stuff. They're built in a certain way to be strong rather than purely muscular. Hey, 4-1. No respect. No disrespect to Egg Chase. could never disrespect egg chasing. I think that's happened to a few people, right? Manager. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I just assumed the Twitch name was a lie. You're going to come in and be like, actually, I'm Scottish and I love golf. Which you may well do. Gareth Bale does. And he is famously Scottish. I'm actually chatting waffle now, friends. Who'd be good at curling? Not Scottish, though. God, look at me. I'm getting to the heart of the issue here. I'm like a cold reader. Not just because I forgot to turn the heating on. Kind of big and... Yeah, they tend to just be sort of big of size, you know? You should bet we're good at sprinting. Yeah. Do you know that Petr Cech lad might be quite good at ice hockey? No, sorry, he'd be good at football if he retires from ice hockey. Natural sweeper ice, yeah. See? We've actually scored back-to-back 4 goals in games now. Where was this? I'm just quicker. I have this exact same problem with a mate of mine. We always go for the exact same joke, but I always get to the joke like half a second before he does. It annoys the living shit out of him. It's fantastic. Goal bonus, nice to see. Ooh. We've won 6 games in a row in the league. I had not realised that. 4 of them were away from home as well. What kind of chefing? The mouth does be yapping faster than you can type. And I think, honestly, Andrew, that's unlikely to change. I hope. If it does, I'll be having a word with Dr. Suzanne. Literally, the second Matsuoka gets back in, it's like everything's just calm again. Look at the PPG. Matsuoka, with him in the team, we get 2.36 points per game. And then there's Garnier, who hasn't actually played that much either. Like, we're getting like 0.6 points a game more when Matsuoka's in the team. And he's played 11 times for us. It's not like he's barely played. Who's the one that's really holding us back? Bashir was actually costing us dearly. I'm so glad I dropped him. And Nagalo's right down there as well. Karapichi, meanwhile, right up here. You're medicated? That's what Pog's been saying. I don't think you'll actually notice it be that different. The thing is, it's not likely to stop me from getting distracted very often. All it's likely to do is give me better executive function and emotional regulation. I don't think I'll actually change that much at all. I'll be better. That's the idea, anyway. Marseille lose. Oh, okay, good. Not actually my biggest concern now, as we slowly close in on the others. Still just the 6 wins between the bottom 3. I was going to say they're getting close, but they're really not. Toulouse are being saved this year by how shit everybody else is, essentially. Nagalo's time is definitely over, and in the summer he will most definitely be sold. My only concern at the moment is that we don't have a really obvious replacement as a backup to Karapichi, who I've now apparently just decided is the king. I think we could still get really good money for Nagalo in the summer, even if it's only 50-60 million in the end. That's okay. If it just gets us some money, because his contract's up at the end of the season, end of next season anyway, so he's got to be sold this summer, because he ain't never signing a new one. And honestly, Nagalo seems to be one of those players that when he is like upset, he just completely drops the ball. Like, he proper throws his toys out of the pram. Or we've had other players like Barnetche, when they get a little bit stinky in their personality, they just kind of get on with it and still, generally speaking, play quite well. Whereas he just completely downs tools every time he gets a slight little issue. Shasley, I believe, is still awaiting papers. Now, maybe, I think if he wasn't, it probably would have shown up on the thing. He's injured at the moment as well, isn't he? Like, surely, lad, you could be doing something like awaiting your papers in hospital. God, Shasley's PPG is actually pretty embarrassing as well. Novi's is even worse. It's kind of like, these guys especially have been poor, but then Nazarena's mostly come off the bench in the 3 games. DeMarco... Unver's definitely done better. Anderson's not done great. Tucci's around the same kind of level. Speaking of Tucci, actually, while we were at the Airbnb in Aberdeen, in the evenings and stuff when we had things to do, yeah, that's annoying. Because he's been there 9 days now. He's 9 days over. So that worries me slightly. My mate put on this... Jesus Christ, the value. Was that me that set that value? Or... think that possibly was from a, like, I'll sell you if they meet a certain threshold kind of agreement. Which means that there's no way we're losing him because no team is realistically going to bid 170 million for Tristan when he's only worth 120, unless they're, like, obscenely stupid. Pog starts on a coaching course. There you go. Love to see it. Hello, Dave. But yeah, my mate put on this, like, it was basically it boiled down to Stanley Tucci going around Italy, drinking an insane amount of wine and going, yes, very interesting, for the entire show, which was actually fine by me because the stuff he was looking at was really kind of interesting. Mostly things like how cheese is made and, oh, this is lovely pizza and this is olives and this is, I don't know, fucking, well, probably wine somewhere in there. But in almost every single episode of the show, he's got a glass of wine in his hand pretty much the entire time. Man was pickled by the end of it, I suspect. And good for him. It's a good show. It genuinely was a good show. Like, unironically, it reminded me a little bit of like when James May in Japan type of vibes, and James May in Italy as well, actually. The other thing that my friend introduced us to while in Aberdeen is much worse, because I fear it may become a long problem for me as far as enjoyment and watching of it in the future. And that is the phenomenon that can only be described as below deck. I shouldn't like it, but I do. It's very good. Oh, big up Tenerife. He just randomly put it on one day on Netflix because they had like one random season of it on there. And then, you know, I was doing the full dad thing where I was busy doing something else. I think we were sorting out some board games or something. And all of a sudden, I'm just there like this. Just stood there watching it. And then I sat down. Then I poured myself a gin. And, yeah. It's quite good. It shouldn't be, but it is. It's quite compelling viewing. So naturally, Pog and I got back home and then immediately started watching it from season 1. Because the season they had on Netflix randomly was season 8. Don't know why. It must be licensing or whatever. Like, it is proper junk food for the brain, but I do not care because I enjoy it. It's so trashy. It's brilliant. And I expected that exact reaction, chat, so don't worry. Hot Girl Summer's in Rome. Oh, it's on Hulu. Interesting. So why have Netflix just got one random season of it? Or is it just like an old license from before or something? Married at First Sight. I daren't even get involved in that. This one has just the right amount of like silly drama that I need out of a television show. I say need. I didn't know I needed it, but it turns out I do need it, and in fact will be ample. And then it turns out I found out that there's multiple different versions of Below Deck as well. There's like Below Deck Down Under, Below Deck Mediterranean, Below Deck on some kind of sailing vessel up my street. I don't know if that's the sort of thing. Then again, if you'd have said that about Below Deck, I'd have said the same thing before. But man can only handle so much junk food in his brain at one time. It's already full of actual junk food, generally speaking. New rabbit hole in it. Farmer wants a wife. Oh, I've heard of that. I used to see adverts for that on the NASCAR, which makes sense. So in the sea, I guess so. Below Deck Overboard, as I suspect what it would call it. Below Hampton Deck. It's just set just slightly south of Newcastle. Right. Nazi at home. These games. We should be able to absolutely twat someone. Below Deck Deadliest Catch crossover. Well, actually, again, I was watching Deadliest Catch the other day too. When that guy came around to do some sheddery and like look at the things that the contractor came around to like assess some things, and I couldn't do anything until he was here. So I was just randomly looking for something to watch, and I just plopped on the latest season of Deadliest Catch. I'm just like, I recognise all of these people. They're still going. Saturday Night Takeaway in Middlesbrough. Highbrow Germany only watches high value content. Exactly. It's just so beneath you, Don. You wait. I'll get medicated and the yapping will stop and then you'll miss it. Oh, Jesus. Crap. I'm actually going to have to play Peter Bashir. God, I don't like that. All right. In for a penny, in for a pound. Thought those two over. The rest of you, though. As you were, lads. Oh, dear. Notably, Svenny didn't do a lot off the bench in that last game, which is horrifying. Oh, my days. What the hell? Was it the yapping what did it? An anonymous gifter. Thank you so much for the 5 gifts. That's extremely kind of you. Very, very unnecessary and nice, but I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, dearie me. That is super duper nice. I always feel bad that it's anonymous. Now I can't thank you like with words other than the words that I'm actually saying, you know? It's a bit like I'm busking and people are putting like pound coins into my big guitar case, and then someone comes round in like a Spider-Man outfit and just throws money in there, and I'm like, so thank you, Spider-Man. I appreciate all that you do. You're a very good journalist. Atlantos, thank you very much for the follow as well. Mr. George, by the way, thank you very much for the 10 months on top of that as well. Shadow Plays, thank you for the 4 months on top of that as well. And, well, would you believe it? We have a hype train. Amazing. Launching coins at me. Yeah, it is. And I'm sort of dodging them, but doing a terrible job of the dodging of the coins.
It is.
Agreed.
I quit. I open my own hotel.
Right. Troubled. That still baffles me to this day. Man's been at the club for 3 years, and he's still troubled by the role he's being asked to play. Jalapeno! Thank you very much for the 24 months. Have you changed your Twitch name? Because it's quite a long sub, and I don't recognise the name. And this is where you're like, no, Matt, I'm in chat every single time. I speak all the time, and you've just forgotten me, and you're an arsehole. And I agree. I am. But thank you for the 24 months. I very much do appreciate that. Let's go get another dub. A few times. Knew it. Knew it. I'm not going crazy. My cognitive function is still... Do you know what it is? It's the creatine. It's given me my memory back. Except I don't know if I took the creatine in the correct form. Today, I mixed it with Nesquik and had a pint of milkshake. Because I'm on a health kick, chat. Permanently troubled like paranoid. Well, I mean, I've got that. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. The bridge ahead. Ooh, nice. It's not a suppository. Creatine suppositories. Do you know what? They probably exist, but they'll be called something like unhinged, like extreme power turbo suppositories. Extreme. Just doing lines off the kitchen counter of creatine. Cram it in. I love that you said the limitless drug from Lucy and not the limitless drug from Limitless. Amazing. Although any drug that turns me into Scarlett Johansson, I'd have half, right? You just take a little bit, see what you get. Come on, make it 7 wins in a row in the league and somehow still be further down. Oh, here we go. You carrot pit. Oh, mate, I expected him to score that. I did trick him. I did. It was nice just to recharge a little bit, as much as I ever can recharge, because the first thing I do whenever I get any time off is feel guilty about the fact I'm being unproductive. Because my head is broken and it needs to be given a wobble. But a psychiatric wobble. It feels like Matsuoka's ratings in games is just always better than it was before. And it's not like he's taking set pieces. He just seems to be... We lost to Nazi earlier this season, didn't we? Or drew in like horrendous circumstances. And I do kind of get the feeling that we might be witnessing ourselves doing the exact same thing again here. Because all of this game is just kind of looking funny. Do you need Jesus? It's true. I do, and I found him. But turns out it was Gabriel Jesus. And it's not really worked. Pog, how is your day going, my love? Also, is there a chance you can send me a screenshot of that conversation that Charlotte sent you? I was telling chat about it earlier, but I couldn't remember all the details other than the it would be funny. Yeah, yell at them. Grounded for the previous VOD. There is always a command for it, but thank you, that's very kind. Turns out a load of the permissions didn't track properly, because I got an email from Fanatical being like, yeah, so we just kind of forgot to track these properly. Here's like, I think it was like 13 commissions, just like out of nowhere. Because I was wondering, because people like had said specifically that they'd use the link, and I was like, they're not lying about that, because what a weird thing to lie about. So there must be something going wrong with it. And they were just like, oh yeah, we forgot to count 13 orders. So thank you everyone that did use the code. I appreciate that. It's one of those every little helps type of situations. Here we go. Come on. Right, Pog, I've just seen a photo pop up from Pog. We're never going to win this game. Right. Enjoy your yacht. And I will. This was the thing that Pog received. Mummy and Daddy are married. Yes. The other man is married. The other man being our friend whose wedding we were at. Yes, Stuart married Irony today. Ash is going to marry Emma. Well, I think Emma's going to marry Matt. No, I'm going to marry Emma. Emma is a grown-up. She's too old to marry you. I'm small. Yes, when you're 18 years old or older, you can marry someone you love. Would you be sad if Matt married Emma? No, it would be funny. I told you, mugged off by a 3-year-old. He's an absolute comedy genius from a 3-year-old. It's just what you need out of life. Average chatter in here. I mean, we all want to marry Pog. Just, yeah, get him to be the best man. I mean, I don't know how old he'd be. Probably 4. I must say, going to the wedding did make me just kind of want to be married. There's a Christmas quiz. No, the Christmas quiz is actually today, Andrew. It's a fun fact. In fact, what I might do this year for Christmas quiz is deliberately say there's going to be one and just not turn up to stream at all. This game, we are... no children. No, not no children. No Ash. Be like, no homers allowed. You know? No one's going in my treehouse, damn it. This is a confusing moment. I give it a year, do you? He has. He's like, it won't last. It's like if he was going to marry her, he'd have done it already. And he's not wrong there, to be fair. It's just, turns out, weddings are quite expensive, as I've been learning. Nick to smoke. Not allowed. There you go. It's not like I smoke anymore. Although we did have cigars at the wedding. And it was great because it was a good reminder of why I no longer smoke. Oh, go on. Dardan, this is your moment, buddy. Finally! Finally, we take the lead. Dardan's done it again. That's 7 goals this season. Nagalo could never. Nagalo has Carapici pajamas. But I object. How spicy is a cigar before I light it up? Good question. You've got to give it a little sniff. No, we found a tobacconist's in Aberdeen. Went out of our way to go there, and cigars are quite expensive. They're just not very nice. Nagalo is on the bench. He's just he's being a bit of a silly, and as a result, I'm deliberately punishing by letting him sit on the bench and watch us scores, and letting Carapici basically have his way with the opponents while he gets to watch. Come on, 2-0 now. Cruising. That's never a penalty. Christ on a bike. I guess the issue with going abroad is that you then have to worry about people not being able to get there because it is expensive to just fly a ball for everyone else as well. Fantasy League, if you do !FPL, Ron, that will get you the link for the FPL League. And if you're interested in a different type of fantasy football, then !Club will get you into our club league. After his bedtime. That's true. Problem is, as time goes by, bro's bedtime's getting later and later. So what you're saying is the car for my wedding is heavily dependent on his age as well. Gotta be careful. I just didn't think I'd find a rival at this point in life for a free dinner doing abroad. I guess so. But I guess I'd like to believe that I'm discerning enough these days to have a small enough circle that no one would be like that, I guess. But then the one thing that seems to have cropped up whenever I've talked to people about their weddings, no matter who it is, has always been, yeah, suddenly you realize that you know more people than you thought you did. And then you kind of get into the position of being, well, I can't not invite them because of them, and so on and so forth. But, I don't know. It's like it's a full stop now. Like, I don't have a huge, like, circle of friends. I have, like, my friends that I was at the wedding with, pretty much, which is, like, 10 of us, maybe, at a push. And then, like, a few... And then some other lovely people, like Mr. Mike. Do I bring Nagalo on? No, I don't think I will, actually. He gets to stay on the bench and continue. Actually, I might just leave Carapici on. Let the drama continue. Claudio will have a little rest. We'll get Eric on, since that is kind of be his role. And we're getting married in Malta. Oh no, you're making it sound even better, Shadow Plays. Also, how are you, man? Hope you're feeling better too, and your daughter. We're all friends here. This is the problem, Inferno. Like, if chat gets to send a delegate, like, where does it end? What if they elect half? Then where will we be? Oh, it's 3-0. Oh, naturally, we need to score a 4th goal now, presumably. Yeah, he'll suddenly launch an FM channel and immediately, like, overnight just be bigger than me, which wouldn't obviously take very much, because he would have uploaded a video. Nominate Anna-Ruth. Rig the votes is not hard. I could never. We live in a democracy. That's not true. I am genuinely looking forward to making content on a new game, though. It's going to be fun. Telepin trackies. To be fair, my cousin's wedding that I went to, this was like over 10 years ago, her dad rocked up in jorts and a polo. So, you know, you probably still wouldn't be the worst dressed person. Nominator's tribute. I know, but the problem is now that you see me on stage, you're like, oh God, do I want to see that again? Problems. That's the problem. When anyone's met me, they're like, oh God, I don't want to do that again. Fickle personality. I've only ever seen it on cons. So I didn't think that it was ever a pro. Basically, fickle personality is not something I really like. I don't know what the requirements are to get it off the top of my head, but I don't think it's one of those ones that's likely to come with high professionalism, which is what's crucial. Whilst looking up, new job, work in Cambridge one day a week. You love to see it. That's cool. I mean, I hate having to go to Cambridge, but, you know. But that's because I'm such a homebody these days. 8 people that are included us and 3 kids. I bet, yeah. So I went to a wedding during COVID. And it was actually really nice because there was, I mean, at the actual reception, sorry, not the reception, like the actual ceremony itself, it was really restricted. So it was literally Viking and his now wife, me, and her parents. That was it. That was the only people that were actually in there. Obviously, there was the celebrant was in there as well. But other than that, that was all that was allowed in. And they had like the big screen up behind them too. So, and I had to sit like at the back of the room just by myself. On a big screen. Like those robots, what they use in sitcoms and that. Both wore white at your wedding. Oh. Why do people do that? So Leo... Do you know what? That probably is the better result for us. Because I think we can still catch Lille ourselves. But at least now it gives us a lovely 6-point gap to Nolt, which is crucial. Cucked, yeah, pretty much, yeah. I got wedding cucked. And then obviously there's a few more people obviously at the reception itself. But it was probably only about 15 of us in this hotel like restaurant thing. Because that was all you were really allowed at the time. This was like October 2021. So it wasn't like height of the restrictions. But it wasn't like... kind of laissez-faire, do what you like type of times again yet. Oh, it was a great vibe. DeMarcus showing please in progress. That's good news. He is going to be a good player for us, I think. But he's not there yet, and Dennis is definitely cooking in all the right omelettes right now, for the time being. What's the craziest thing you've ever seen at a wedding, chat? Yeah, Nancy were the team that had 0 points until we gave them points. I think we either drew or lost to them, in fact. There. I think the match stats for this game were horrendous. Oh, we weren't even that good. We were still better than them, but not that good. Let me just hide the Champions League and the Coupe de France for a minute. And the friendlies. That does make pretty good reading, doesn't it, actually? 2 goals conceded in 7 matches and 7 consecutive wins. A lot of normal strangers. I suspect so. Chat wouldn't know how to organise. That's the problem. Grew through a chair through a window. Yeah, that's why? I feel like you can't just say threw a chair through a window. Was he just doing an FM press conference and it went a little bit awry? He was trying to throw a water bottle, but he actually just picked up a chair. He had the wrong item selected in his inventory. What the hell? I've just hit my step goal for the day, chat. Good news. Yeah, you can't just say that and not elaborate. Good table turning. In it. Oh, how the chairs turn. Oh, Marseille drew as well. Wow. Marseille just dropped points to the worst team in the league. The now pogless Angers. Monaco win again, though, which is annoying. Okay, now we're looking pretty set on Champions League now. 6 points clear, 7 straight wins. And we've still got some like winnable games coming up. We've got Stade Rennais away. Angers. Nice. You got a Garmin? Yes. It's a 4-runner. Not that you asked, but I'm going to tell you. Because context is important in life. 245. It's quite old, but that's the trick. They get what they deserve for letting Pog go. You're absolutely right. I would never. I bet they've got a player called Ash running the team. Trying to sabotage me. What are you doing, Steph? Goal. That was my 10,000th step, apparently. Best man exposed his girlfriend for having an affair with the groom's brother. Oh my god! Give us the tea! I almost need to go make a cuppa just to listen to that. Serial number? Do you want the VIN number for my Garmin? How's the Champions League going? Would you be mad if I said we weren't in it anymore? In the sense that it's going on without us. We've got off the train of the Champions League and have decided to just chill here for a bit and wait for the next train. Wow, Argentina is not chefing. Like, none of these guys are that amazing. Either that or we've just got loads better. Where's a baby? Maybe. Kick chairs at one. Can you really? I've been playing it wrong all along then. Steve! How's it going, man? Thank you for the 20 months. Oh, you're visiting England?
And Matto. Busy packing, visiting England for 5 days starting tomorrow. Going to Rye.
You'll be one of them Dutch number plates I see all over the... It's crazy how many Dutch tourists we get here. Like, I'm used to seeing, like, you know, you see occasional foreign number plates around the streets, but over the last, like, couple of months, it's just been only Dutch number plates that I've been seeing. It's really cool. The Dutch bloody love it. So you're going to Rye. So when I think of Rye, I think of Hertfordshire. Like Rye Park, which is where Lewis Hamilton did a lot of his early, like, karting and stuff. Used to go past it on the train back in the day. Yeah, Pog, that's a tough one. Like, even my friends call her Pog now to this stage. Sussex. Oh, okay. Fair enough. What type of holiday? Like, are we talking hotel? Are we talking caravan? I say this because, again, Dutch and caravan seem to go together quite well as well. Huh. To be fair, I was thinking of Rye Park. All the posters, exactly. It's the children who are wrong. I was the best man at my brother's wedding, and in my speech said that he said if I did a good job as best man, he'd so for his next wedding too. Thing is, I like the fact that you just went with a really light-hearted, like, obvious joke at your brother's expense, and he just went, no, I'm going to choose violence, but not on you, on my poor unsuspecting sister. Incredible. It's like you're in a Mexican standoff with each other, guns pointed, and instead of, like, shooting you, he just turns around and shoots a random bystander who's doing nothing, just eating a packet of crisps, just gets blasted. Be with a dog and girlfriend. That sounds tremendous, Steve. Honestly, that sounds like a dream. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Even the Volvos are taller, Inferno. I was going to say, can I go to a B&B that gives you a dog and a girlfriend? Because I tell you what, there's a hell of a service in there for someone. Oh, Christ. I've got to stop introducing people to Pog as Pog as well. Like, it's fine when it's to do with, like, streaming and things or whatever, but it's when it's, like, people that have no idea what that is, and I just instinctively do it. I spent a lot of my time at this wedding at the reception stuff, because you know how it is when you make small talk with people, they inevitably ask what you do, and then you're like, how do I explain this? Speaking of, a friend of ours that we hadn't seen for, like, a long time, maybe, like, I hadn't seen for like 7 or 8 years. We found out that he'd randomly got married and none of us knew. He rocks up with like a actual goddess of a wife, and we're just like, is that the same guy? How's he done that? She's like an engineer who now like manages like 600 people at this massive company. Just like, man is punching at quite... I'm surprised he could even reach to punch that high. Incredible. Happy for him though. Very happy for him. And she's bloody lovely. England International E-Gamer. I should have gone with that, really. Weirdo. Must be a laugh riot. He's always just been quite a withdrawn, kind of just nice enough dude, you know? Just a normal dude. Online mail. I should have said that. Do you know what? It probably would have been less... like, there would have been less follow-up questions had I just said that I'm an adult entertainer, frankly. He hired her for the day. Oh, their stories lined up too much. Said no one ever about P. Diddy. No, their stories they made too much sense. Like when he went to China to meet her parents and stuff. Apparently, in China with like spirits and stuff, they often like sip and drink them over a longer period of time. But my friend didn't realize this, so every time they handed him like a drink like that, he would just down it, and they thought he was like an absolute like. Well, basically, they thought he was an alcoholic essentially. On a webcam, no, I play with spreadsheet men on a webcam. It's not the same. Don't make me trigger the webcam. No. Apparently I don't have that option. The webcam is broken again. It worked for that one stream. It was so bizarre. That's not the right one. I see. That might be the issue because I was trying to trigger the webcam border and not the webcam itself. Is that it? Oh no, it still doesn't work. How bizarre. Do I have to like reactivate it and activate it? How strange. Well, I'll be damned. Fortaleza. They're not going to have anything, are they? A captain and international, because the problem is that would then invite more questions. And I don't really know how to handle questions. Oh, okay. That's good news. Oh, I'll have my league table back, please, if you would. We're catching. Fickle personality on the positive side of the report. Fickle and jovial. That's odd. I wonder if it's that they're so... I've not actually seen fickle be listed as a positive personality trait before. But if it is, it makes me think that the game's kind of glitching out and there's something else about them that's positive and it's just showing fickle instead. And maybe they're so close to having the jovial personality that it is putting it in both camps. I don't know. It's not something I've ever encountered. Has anyone else seen that? I may not explain further, yes. I'd tell you, but I'd have to defeat you in armed combat, but we're armed with FM24. So essentially unarmed combat. Right. Velazzi's back. It's nice to see that Bashir actually didn't let us down that game, but... Matsuoka's form. What's his form been like since he returned? That's crazy. He comes back in for 3 games as a DLP as well. Scores twice, albeit from the spot, but drops like a plus like 7 or above in all 3 games. Key passes galore. He's just him, isn't he? And the Tooch is back, which means probably none for Cornell here. I probably could have taken Smates off the bench, but that's mean. Bashir should probably come on the bench though. There's probably someone I'm missing here, and I think it's possibly just because they've been out for such a long time, but hey, that's fine. Same team, go again. Those average ratings across the board are looking pretty tasty. Claudio's fallen off a little bit, worryingly. Is Tucci actually our top scorer this season? No, not top scorer, top assister, because that's crazy if he is. Considering he's only started 13 games overall. Wild.
Oh yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Thank you for the follow. That's the thing, Rob. Like, that's why Matsuoka... I think if we can develop the partnership of Jose Claudio and Matsuoka, I think that's the sort of thing that we could potentially go really deep with. Like, he is fucking unreal. If it wasn't for that injury... Oh, what could have been, man, if he didn't get injured? Emmett Durham. We probably... I think I'll maybe start Durham for the next game, just because he's struggled a little bit. I want to try and develop this partnership a little bit more. Leave Smatesy alone. One thing I have started doing, because again, I'm a man of the meme, is this isn't even from Brittany so much as that bit from The Office, but every time I pick Pog up from the station, I'll like, at Tesco's, just pull up next to her, open down the window and just go, it's Brittany, bitch, because you have to, right? Life is about having little memes and bits that you do solely to annoy your partner. How on earth are we second in the form table? We've won 7 in a row, which I assume means PSG must have won 8 in a row. Oh, I didn't... Yeah, we did do that, didn't I? Yeah, sick. Lighthearted. So lighthearted can actually still be okay. You can't tell much from the lighthearted personality themselves, but if you've got the media... the media handling will tell you a lot about a player if they're lighthearted. You can still have reasonably good professionalism on a player with lighthearted personality, I believe. So I wouldn't write them off. If they've got like evasive, reserved, unflappable, or confrontational as their media handling style, you might be okay. Well, that might be offside. Oh, it's a good save anyway. That was a Kilaza-like save. Love to see it. Is Victor Valdez their manager? Honestly, wouldn't surprise me. Yes, he is. My God, he's been around. Come with me. No, I can't. I've got a strain. Called Dennis or equivalent first name. Potentially. Well, we've got Dennis Unver and we've got Dennis Anderson. Does that mean I have to change Tucci's name to Dennis Tucci? He may or may not agree to that. Right, that was the wrong button. What was I even looking for here? That's crazy. He managed Aarau. Then, so he was in Austria for a little bit. Then he went straight to Athletic Club. Then Lorient, actually. Then Atalanta, Parma, Celta Vigo, Stade Rennais. He's a man of short-term fun. He doesn't stay around for long. And I guess, actually, 40% isn't that bad. We're all under somebody's table. In the metaphor of life, we are all under somebody's table. Or something to that effect. I'm actually moving my coaster out of the way because it's getting annoying having to peel it off of my drink every time I try to pick it up. Are we actually going to concede that? We are. Wait. Minji has just got the assist for that goal. That is annoying. Dennis the Venice! Amazing. Iron Will is very rare. Very rare. In fact, I'm not even sure if it's in the game anymore, is it? Oh, that's such an annoying goal as well. So the Myanmar guy got the assist. We were behind before, though. Not beating Monaco, though, which semi helps us. This is our little tough game in this spell. If we could get this one as well, then... Oh, go on, whip it in. Oh, he was right there. Fine, we've still got Jose Claudio. Whips it through, and Dennis the Venice. Ah, oh, the wrong guy. Not even the correct Dennis. It was the other man's. Right. Nice interception. I still have full faith in this team that we can come back in pretty much every game we play now. I think we've fallen behind quite a lot recently. Now, Stade Rennais are a better side, but I still feel like we're going to create chances against them. We've got the right players on the pitch for the job. Although, giving the ball to Carroll... Oh, what a ball. What a ball! Okay. Dardan really is him, isn't he? That was a... There was just like... No, he catches everybody out with this cross. Just whips it in so early. Barnecchia has time to bring it down on his chest and twat it in. What a ball. And Tristan's now... Tristan is getting way better service now. He just catches everybody out with how early that cross is. None of the Stade Rennais players were expecting it. The fact that he had time to bring that down on his chest in the 6-yard box. Amazing. Right, we go again. Nancy are winning. I mean, they're still never catching them, but... I guess there's Nancy bad, and then there's, like, Angers bad. They're different levels. Yeah, Edison is one of the few that has it from the start, but I think it's even harder to get it on Regents, right? Yeah, Monaco losing to Nantes is actually okay, because we've got a bit of a gap over Nantes now. And this would allow us to, if we could win anyway, sneak back into 3rd place. Because 3rd is still quite important for us to get. And I think over the rest of the season, we should be able to do enough to do that. Ah, this is going to be a... Oh, well played, Dennis. Usually we actually just concede those, which does make me think that unfortunately we're going to concede anyway. But Dennis is definitely offering more and more as the season goes on. I feel like he's getting more and more involved attacking-wise, and he's actually pulling off some good defensive moves too. I'm not sure how much it's going to matter because this highlight is the longest highlight of all time. I think we've just... Ah, there it is. Yeah, you can't catch him this time. That's a great goal from Vinko Pejic, of all people. And it's another assist from Minji. The player we tried to sign because he had a fun nationality assists the player that we did sign. Unfortunate. Yeah, Barnecchia is definitely cooking at the moment. He's getting the right service. That's just a nice goal. Aye, aye, aye. F24 says no from 26. So, they've, I think, already confirmed that you can port saves over. My hope is that we can do the regen thing with the Patreon regens for next... That's going to be like the first thing I try to test pretty much when the beta drops. That way I can send a message out to the patrons being like, hey, this is the situation. Don't worry though. If for some reason that's not possible, we do have a backup strategy which will essentially mean we'll be doing it in the pre-game editor. There's a way that you can generate them all in Season 1 like that, which is still annoying because it means that they wouldn't generate in the same way. But we could change things about the players in things like staff preferences, like how likely the player would be to want to become a manager. So we can mess with that. Denise Demenice. It could work. Yeah, they definitely confirmed that then. Okay, cool. I wonder how much of the underlying mechanics are going to be the same. Because if there's a lot of similarities, then we might be actually quite totally fine. I suspect that the impression I got was that the save is not being ported so much as converted to 26, meaning that it's essentially like you put it into here and it'll export essentially a 26 version, which will probably strip out things that are obviously unavailable in the game. Things like, you know, international management and draft mode. I don't know how that would be in there in the first place, but you know what I mean. I assume that's how it's likely to work. We're losing, and we don't want to do that. I've specifically requested us not to lose, and yet here we are. Unfortunate. Who's letting us down? Binder's not had the best game. He's kind of gone missing in the midfield a little bit. That right-back spot has still been a bit patchy. I wonder if there's something we can do about that with an instruction or something to improve our right wing-back, because it just feels like our right wing-back doesn't contribute as much as they used to this team. And they're regularly the weak link in terms of average rating, no matter who plays in that role. It seems to be the right back is the big problem most of the time. I'm open to ideas. Binder for Szymanski, fuck it. We'll get Dennis Tucci on. Dennis the Venice. And then I don't really have an obvious option there, so he's going to have to stay on, I suppose. Get Eric for a little bit more time. Oh, Matsuoka started losing a bit of rating. Goalkeeper scores a goal off the bench last time. Kind of need him to do it again. I don't fancy losing this. It's all very well as beating the easy teams, but if we can't do it when it counts the most against teams like Stade Rennais, then we are not perhaps as good as we thought we were. I'm feeling a 3-2 dub. Oh my god, I can't believe he's gone for it from there. I admire the effort. It would have been much cooler if that had gone in, actually. I don't think I've ever seen a goal score from that far out before. Not deliberately, anyway. Feels like our set piece. Have we scored a set piece goal at all today? I mean, not that we've needed them, but I feel like we haven't had a Velasquez goal for quite some time. And he was like kind of chefing in the early stages of the season. Unless it was just that the game was giving us a few set piece goals because other stuff wasn't really working out as well. Tucci driving forward. It's Nicholas Tucci. Can he pull it across? Oh, he's gone back here. Oh. That was really, really disappointing and underwhelming. I'd hope for more. I think the problem we've got is Matsuoka can't get the ball on the he's always facing the wrong way when he's getting the ball. Europa League games. Not really. Like, oh, hang on, come on. Greeter boost. Like, Fulham on in the Europa League. Nothing really intrigues me enough to want to watch it. It's Tucci! Nicholas Tucci! Oh, come on, man. And he's hit the post. Like, I find it hard to care about competitions that Fulham aren't in. Unless there's like a really desperately meaningful reason, I suppose. It's just... Plus, I think it's also a case of like, if I'm watching a Europa League game, it's most likely going to be at Pog's expense of being able to watch something that she's interested in. We are just not going to be allowed. I mean, they deserve the win. But now, Conference League, that's very fun. Conference League is probably the greatest thing that UEFA have done in a very long time. And I remember how much it got absolutely panned when it was first announced. But we knew. The second we got a chance to play it in FM, we knew it was going to be great. Why is he... Did he just kick that for touch? Even a 2-2 draw would be fantastic, just to try to keep the morale moving. Oh, yes. Slide him straight in. That's brilliant. Right, come on, Dardan. Hero again. My boy has done it again. Dardan Karapici in the 94th minute. This man is carrying our season on his back at the moment. If we do get Champions League football in like 3rd or 2nd place this season, it's going to be because of him. It's a great pass from Stefan Greetboost. But... he has got goals or assists in pretty much every game we've played today since I started playing him regularly. He's got 8 goals this season now. Wish I'd started him from the beginning of the season. Great work. Goal, assist, 2 key passes, man of the match again. He is looking very, very delicious. Yeah, the format's fun too. What do I do? I might just yell at them anyway. I mean, Karapici's not going to like that. Oh. Weird. That's the thing. It sort of did. It was like a proof of concept, so to speak. Wow, Nazi scored 3 goals. Never seen the likes of it. Okay, now we get real fun. Our next game is at home against Angers, the worst team in the league, who've won 1 game, I think, this season. Who was that against? The irony that their 1 win was against Toulouse. 16 defeats in 22. How many goals have they conceded? Actually, they've conceded less goals than their other rivals. They just... It's because they don't score enough, but they... I mean, I guess they kind of don't, but... They're not that... I mean, they are bad. They are absolutely gopping. Point being, this is a must-win game. XG... I think XG-wise, they are... What makes that even weirder? Like, 3 teams are objectively way worse than everybody else this season, but Angers are definitely where they should be. It's the fact that Caen and Nancy are actually a bit unlucky. Paris FC are very lucky to be where they are. But we are definitely the second best team in the league this season. We just need to wait for some of the others. Like, Monaco have overperformed a bit too much. Lille are right in there. But each year we've definitely improved on this, and that's the crucial thing. Nice, good question. Last time we checked, Nice were like mid-table. And they have remained mid-table. Nice are only 8 points from the... Yeah, so Nice are closer to the relegation zone than they are to promote to even the playoff spots. Guingamp, by the way, absolutely cruising to the title, it looks like. Everybody else, though. Hope Tiddy's come back up again. Jeez. Oh, I wonder if Saint Etienne are still shitting the bed further down, actually. Jeez, your team's love a 3. Those 1s are a little bit suspicious, though. You want to work on that. Yeah, PSG have had some quite large results this season. Curtail, top right. So, where's Saint Etienne? They're not in the same league as us. They must be in this one. Oh, no. There's a chance that Saint Etienne might actually get promoted. What happened to the lads that were ahead of them? Was it Anarchy? Or Anetsi? That's disappointing. I mean, they're still not winning the league. That's the crazy thing. Saint Etienne just cutting about in the 4th tier. But it'd be quite nice if they weren't in the 4th. I was going to make a Weird FM, and I probably still will. It's probably on the cards for tomorrow's plan, is just to make Weird FM videos all day, because I've got so many of the damn things like saved up now. Particularly if Scotland continues to be Scotland. This is where Celtic have won every game since we looked at them earlier. I really hope not. They're blatantly going to be... Celtic are still 12th. They're still bottom of the league. I think St Mirren have just kind of... Oh, they have got a win in there. Ironically, they got one against Celtic, but I'm pretty certain that wasn't the one we're on about. Dunfermline looking good. I mean, it's going to be another new winner. That's for sure, because they're so far clear of Hibs and Motherwell now. Motherwell got Gavin Ham. That isn't going to make much difference. I guess maybe when the split happens. It's a 38-game season in Scotland, right? Celtic will 100% have to play them a couple of times. Celtic got deducted an insane amount of points. And then they stole the manager from Dartford. For some reason, the guy they appointed was Hindolo Thomas Eric Mustafa, who was the Dartford manager. Like, why on earth Celtic were shopping in the National League South, I don't know. So yeah, let's just check out Celtic's fixtures. So they drew with St Mirren, but obviously they'll have to play them again anyway, because they'll go into like the... when it splits, they'll play them twice more, I think. So that could be crucial. I mean, there's no way they're catching Dundee, or is it Dundee United? I think it was Dundee they were the closest team to them that were actually not in the relegation. Yeah, so they're not going to be catching Dundee. Maybe? I hope not. It'd be funny as fuck. Over their wage budget. They were overspending their wage budget by £210,000. Benny Cage, thank you very much for the 6 months. And Anya Todd, thank you so much for the 46 months. Wow, that's a very large amount of months. Yeah, they are overspending their wage budget by £210,000 a week. Wedding shaming. I hope you're now proud. Oh, mate. I live for shit like that. I shouldn't do. But it's probably the same reason I like Below Deck, honestly. I think that they should give them another 15 points, maybe 10 to Everton, just in case. I was looking at this guy, Brother Walfred, and I was like, who the hell's that? I thought it was like some... But it turns out that's just, yeah. I'm assuming he was a monk of some form. He does have a cool name, but he doesn't have a very good CV. One guy went more wages, almost certainly. It's crazy. They don't even have, like... They really have shed almost all of their good players, haven't they? So Celtic's highest paid player is Moussa Sene, who is on loan, but they're paying 47,000. Please. Oh, he's on loan at Marseille. I see. So yeah, they've got a few guys, including one of the most fabulous Greek-sounding names, Chirostosimus Karablakas. Good player, but actually, I mean, he's fine. If he was that good, he'd have a lot more than 17 caps for Greece. Point is, they went into administration. They're in real trouble. How much are Marseille paying? £43,000 a week plus a monthly fee. So they're actually making money on this deal slightly, because when you take into account, so they're paying 400. They're only paying 4.8k, 90% of it, plus they're getting fees on top of that, which actually probably doesn't equal to too much. I think they're pretty much getting 100% when you consider these as well. That's crazy. What's Karapici looking like this year now? Oh, okay. 8 goals and 6 assists, but it's the recent form of his that's been astonishingly good. Pretty much from about here. So he got a goal against Monaco, an assist against Eintracht Frankfurt, a goal against Lorient, and in the last 3 games, bang, bang, bang. Goal and assist, goal and assist, goal and assist. Wearing white dresses. Oh yeah, most of those are just going to be that. No one wore a white dress to this wedding. Now, in fairness, it would have been a bit more under the radar just because the majority of the women on one side were wearing saris and a lot of kilts on the other side. So you could have probably got away with more of a white dress, I suspect. Backer is there. Hello, Sam. I was just telling chat about how you introduced me to the Below Deck. And Stanley Tucci drinking wine throughout Italy. And various other terrifyingly good television. And Pog and I are definitely not already on... The ladies were not wearing kilts. No, Pog had a beautiful... I think I did put a picture of Pog and I on my Instagram story. I think it was from hers, though. I don't have that many good pictures. I don't photograph well. Good is questionable. No, it's not. It's unquestionably good. It's junk food for the brain, mate. Pog and I are already on season 2. Like halfway through it. So Angers lose. Marseille drop more points. That's fabulous news. A very fetching burgundy dress it was, indeed, yes. She did take a teal dress as well, because we were told some stuff to do with teal themes. But she wore that to the Mehendi the night before. Meanwhile, because obviously the Mehendi only had enough food for like the people that were supposed to go to it, we were in the hotel bar the other side. Viking and I shared a portion of chips and a tiny portion of garlic bread for dinner that night. We fully like Lady and a Tramped it. Face full of breakfast, mate. It's the other thing I like going away with Sammy, because he cooks full fry-ups for us. It was tremendous. I had fry-up both days we were there. It was glorious. One thing I actually didn't mention to chat is that... So chat, picture the scene. It's Luton Airport. It's 5 in the morning. Sam knows where I'm going with this. We go to a coffee shop because obviously we need caffeine in our systems at this point. So there we are, enjoying our coffee or whatever. And our other friend comes over holding this thing and it's steaming. And we're like, okay, what on earth have you got on you there? If I was to give you 1,000 guesses... Basically, bro ordered a coffee shop carbonara at 5 in the morning. So that's fun. Roland Square sounds right. I didn't actually know. Ironically, the first food I ate when we got there was Thai food. Yeah. A coffee shop carbonara at 5 in the morning. The man is unhinged. Carbonara was my third guess. You're further up the list than I thought. Was it any good? I'd have to ask him. Never forget you wake up with spaghetti. Oh, that's the earliest I've ever got up. To the point where I was hanging out with people I'd seen like 6 hours prior to that at the pub. Oh, Claudio's back to 5-star. But, oh, there's a but coming. There's always a but coming. I will play it. Oh, good idea, actually. Because we're getting youth intake soon. He ordered for a drink. Oh, yes, sorry. I should stress, you're right. He combined that carbonara with what was known as a Red Bull infusion. Now, I don't know what that means. All I know is that it came in a comically small glass with a comically large straw. Make of that what you will. I'm convinced it was just a can of Red Bull that they poured into a tiny little coffee cup, frankly. Intravenous. Yeah, it was this. It's called Black Sheep Coffee or something. I'd never actually seen one before, but there was one in Luton Airport, and there's loads of them in Aberdeen, apparently. Pretty cool, actually, though. You can get some pretty cool stuff there. Oh, Sao Paulo, like that. Right, okay, Iron Will players. Now that I've caught up there. Harvard Rose just scored. This is where you're like, no, Matt, this is actual breaking news, and you're laughing. How could you? So you beat him up. Oh, yeah. No, I was saving my energy, Hayden, in case I had to defend my honour against our friend's 3-year-old. Hello, Ashish. We're in hybrid. God, look at you being all fancy. I genuinely never heard of it until last week. Right, so Iron Will players. I don't know if it will be able to find all of them because there might be some that we don't know about. Like, we have no knowledge of the player. And I don't think you get to know their personality. So you get, like, charismatic leader, for example. There's none in the game, and I don't think there actually is any. You just... same with born leader. I think those are just legacy things from before. Devoted, you don't see that very often either. Yeah, none of those. Wow, there's loads of these things missing. Tons of these personalities are just not even used anymore, are they? Honest. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, there's not a single honest player in the world. God, that tells you a lot about the state of the world, doesn't it, chat? Not an honest footballer in the world. That's the thing. You can't win a fight against a 3-year-old. Lati was delightful. Well, there you go. Look at you supporting local. Although, I guess not local to... Yeah, local to where you are right now. Game's gone. Vietnamese coffee. Okay. We had this thing that was called like Volcano Blend at Black Sheep, which was quite delicious. They just had so many options there. Pog made the mistake of getting a highly caffeinated one to begin with and then having a double shot of it. She was bouncing off the ceiling. Iron Will. Here we go. None. Not a single Iron Will player. I think there won't be any leaders either, will there? Oh, there is some leaders. Okay. That's pretty rare as well, but there are a few of them. All of which are really old for some reason. I guess it's because their leadership has grown over time. So yeah, there's a few guys that are leaders. A 37-year-old Bernardo Silva. Good stuff. Oh, there'll be loads of model citizens. I say loads. Like, probably like 70 or 80, I would have guessed. Low self-belief, you get a few... Wow, that's quite rare as well, actually. Below deck pinch. Hey, Sammy, are we pleased to know Pog's actually gone somewhere for work today? Here we go, model citizens. Okay, 59 of them. Makes sense. Who's the best of the bunch that we know of? Obviously, there's a few down here that are probably... Oh, God, PSG have got 2. The best of the ones that we could potentially sign. Anyone? Ooh. Hello. He's quite good. You got a Raumdeuter leader. That's the dream. Are you actually using him as a Raumdeuter? Any more? Resilient, you do see a bit of resilience. Slack's quite a rare one as well. Wow, none at all? I have no idea, mate. Is it raining in Lincoln? Sporting, temperamental, unsporting. Very loyal. You don't see that. Yeah. See, most of these personalities are kind of defunct, essentially. There's a few of them that are either so rare because the situation required to get it is like just very, very difficult. And then the other half of them, I genuinely don't believe exist anymore. Yeah, most of them are legacy data from previous games that you literally can't get anymore. So there you are, still at Fiorentina. Looks like you're out of contract this summer. And do you think your goal scorer? I mean, it's tailed off a little bit, but when you consider that you were never a striker and had 6 consecutive double-digit seasons for Fiorentina, and then a 9, and followed by another double-digit season, that's not bad. 7 out of 8. Did you ever... Oh, you did get 1 England cap, and you've got second nationality as well. Oh, Tim, how's Japan? That's so cool. What time is it? I always love asking people that. Did I say Tenerife had got through? Are they presumably winning another title? My God, they actually are. Going to have a bit more of a tough time of it this time, I suspect. But the fact is they are still potentially going to win another title. 10 p.m. Oh, damn. Okay. Having a 21-year-old with model citizen is insane. Good luck keeping them. Good luck keeping it on them. Because I find that it tends to sway over time. But even so, improved contract. Now then, you've got 3 years on your deal. Relegation release clause, which is never going to matter. Because we're... Wow, okay, Mr. 3 stars. Ooh. Do you reckon I can play the poverty card on him? Good lad. That's just my way of saying, do you know what? Right now, I'm not sure I do want to offer you a new contract. It's crazy that a player of the quality of Dennis Anderson would only be considered a 3-star player in this team. It seems like a lot of stuff has been shifting in the background or something. Rounders on both sides. I love that. I've just never got them to work. At all. Hello, Holbrook. You're making pleasing progress. How could you not be? I mean, look at the state of you. Woo, what a guy. The 193 music. Oh, that's really cool. Didn't see big matches. Oh, good point. Well, at least that's something. He's at best like... Oh, he's actually got green big matches. The fact is, Anderson is one of those players that is just going to be extraordinarily useful for the next couple of seasons, even if... Because stars-wise, he's like... Eh, but like his attributes are brilliant for the role he plays, and he's got big matches, and has some really nice PPMs too, so... He's always going to be useful for us, which is useful. And he'll probably get back up to 4 based on form if he actually does have some good form, because I feel like he has been a little bit out of form lately. But that's exciting. It's finally getting a player that's become 22 and hasn't got shocking big matches. It seems like the story of this part of the save has just been every single great player that we find that turns 22 and then goes, do you know what? Just not feeling it anymore, mate. They're after a Bury Tomorrow album. Oh, the question is which one? And was it the salon or the haircut that was named after the Bury Tomorrow album? Honestly, a player that could come through and actually do a very good job, potentially, as the future Dennis Anderson, could be our Serbian mercenary here, Ljubisa Militic. Managed 7, would have been 8 with it. I scored. Oh! I hate those points ultimatums, because it doesn't take into account who you're playing against. I had a situation like this where... this is when I was on Osasuna on a previous Outcast to Icon save, I think, where the board gave me an ultimatum for a certain number of points in a certain number of games, but they did it with like it was a 5-game ultimatum for a certain number of points, but it was 3 games left of the season. And the problem was, I couldn't guarantee that the first 2 games of the following year weren't going to just be Real Madrid and Barcelona. And I was like, do I want to go through an entire summer with this club, knowing that they could just sack me after 2 matches if we lose to Real Madrid and Barca in a brand new season? So in the end, I ran away with my tail between my legs like a sissy goal. Ooh, going up to 3.5 stars now. He has still been excellent. He was at 7.79 earlier, right? Is he still there? It's gone above. He's at 8.39 now. If he doesn't win Goalkeeper of the Year in Ligue 1, something's wrong. Surely he's just wildly clear of everybody else in the goalkeeping department. He's only conceded 14 goals in total. Even less than the PSG guy. Joint most clean sheets with the PSG guy. And then, yeah. He's a full 3 goals prevented ahead of any other goalkeeper in the league. And there's barely any that are even above, like, average. Good God. Next year, he could be the reason that we do very well in Europe. My only concern is, what if he doesn't have big matches? I'd like to believe that he does, but... knowing the luck we've been having lately, wouldn't be surprising if he just turned around and went, actually, no, again, I don't feel it. Keeping the Scottish... I bet you your Scottish Premiership in your save doesn't look anywhere near as crazy as the one that we have in ours. Yeah, if anything, I'm keeping Militic... well, not so much keeping him safe, keeping everybody else safe from him. PSG going absolutely twat. No, that's perfect, because now we're 4 points clear of them again, with a game in hand. Pretty much a win there kind of beds us through. The usual chill jazz music. I feel like that would be a really aggressive haircut. Like, I don't usually listen to music when I go running because I find I get bored. So I like to listen to podcasts so it kind of keeps my brain going. But on my way back from the run I did before we went to Aberdeen, it was like I don't know, I think it was like a 14k fast run or whatever. I decided to just pop on an album, not an album, a playlist I have that's just called Metally Corey Worry because apparently I can't name a Spotify playlist like a normal human. And a couple of songs came on. All of a sudden, I found myself running at like a minute per kilometre faster without realising it. I was like air drumming as I was running along. It gets you pumped if you find the right song. Holy. Got Queen's Park in there. Fuck yeah. Ron, if you could do us a favour, now would be the time for it. I don't ask for much, but I do ask for this. Gotta be the album. No, it's just this Weekend was Roman song I've been jamming the shit out of lately. Bouncy music, it's like, it just... I think the BPM sped me up as well. It was just... I was running along like this. It was brilliant. Sometimes just enjoying things. Today was hard, though. Like, I decided to do a 10k plan just to see if I could improve that kind of thing. And some of the intervals it had me doing today were a little bit spicy. Fun, but spicy. My God. Is there anyone in this report that I can actually action at all? There's a guy here called Stella. Constantino Stella. Good name. Solid. I think Emmett has been for a while considered that. Yeah. Actually, no, now you made me second guess. I'm not entirely sure, actually. I think he has. Or they just get it after a certain number of games. Right, let's do that. I guess we've had a bit longer this time, haven't we? Right, who's crazy expensive and is pretty much... I mean, anyone who's in the Premier League pretty much not like to sign for us. Wait, that Boonrod dude... Pongsathong Boonrod is actually worth 30 million quid. He's just not that good, is he? The name is goated. Quality level, not so much. We've got... Wait, I was going to say, I thought he was playing in the Premier League for Borough then. Van der Acker... Good player, but just so expensive. We need to be looking in... The rest of these guys are probably worth a look. Cobble... Has he moved? No, I don't think he has, actually. Oh. Your goalkeeper argues with officials and gets crowd. I love that. You've basically got Pepe Reina. Online save with a couple of... I've always wanted to do that. I'm looking forward to doing the network save with the FM show podcast guys next year. That's going to be dope. Just for that alone. Particularly as we're doing non-league England. See if I can get Ely City. Take it at the end of the season. Gets to the end of the season. They sack him for failing to survive relegation. That's incredible. So the previous manager gets them relegated and your guy takes over and they get sacked because they got relegated. FM is just not equipped for this kind of thing, is it? Kovalev. This guy's Franco Bergamo. If he doesn't sign for Atalanta, something's wrong. He's got Italian second nationality, actually. Oh, that dribbling is just such a killer. He can barely run with the ball. You just have to send the ball where he's going and hope that he gets there, which he probably will because he's fast enough. Hang on, Luis Fernando, a Polish-Brazilian, whose name is actually Luis Fernando Dankowski. Nice to see. Lima. Maltese defender. Ooh, tell me more. We love a Malta mention. Gustavo Fazio, San Lorenzo. Yeah, the problem is all of these are basically just people from the South American scout reports, pretty much. Apart from Willy Babiba. Oh, hang on, Willy Babiba. The problem is this 16-year-old going to make an impact in the time we have left? Is anyone with like good CA maybe? Like you? No. If he had a second nationality, perhaps there could have been a deal to be done. What we need is good players around this sort of level, but they've got a cheeky little secret European nationality sitting in there with them. I think that's the sort of size we've got to somehow target for the next 2 seasons. Came through at Bristol City. Also, he's got English youth rating then. Sean Parnis. 12 caps at 18 for Malta is pretty unsurprising when he's that good. Wait, what happened to that? Lille win 3-0. Not hugely surprising. I think they might still be quite difficult to catch. It feels like as fast as we win games, they just win more. At 30. Yeah, I feel like players often retire quite young in FM. You rarely see those guys going in to play for their countries for like 36, 37 years old. I've had players, a lot of them seem to retire at 29. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but I see a lot of players retiring at 29 from international football. Oh, God. Right. They're born in Malta. Oh, whereabouts in Malta was he born? I do keep getting random like updates about Maltese football on Instagram and stuff, just because obviously Victoria Hotspurs are now playing in the main league. Hazibu, okay. Oh yeah, that'll always happen with like regions and stuff. But I mean, like I'm talking about like international football, unless these guys had international caps. PSG have a plus 56 goal difference. Yeah, goalkeepers, I guess, is. I do wonder why. Oh, real players. Okay. It's odd. But these are just players that are like actually at clubs and are still having flourishing playing careers. They just seem to retire. It's like there's something in the game code that makes players retire from international football a little bit too early. They got 95 goals last. We got 83. There's no way we're getting 83 goals this year. We're just better defensively. Last year we conceded 42 goals. This year we've only conceded 25. So we've got 17 more to play with in 11 games. We should be getting a better defensive record at least. Oh yeah, definitely. No, definitely do it. You'll be able to easily get into a Bolf Premier League game in Malta. The ticket... Actually, I don't know how much the tickets are, because I, as a millionaire streamer, didn't pay for mine. But it's fun. Like, it's weird, like... Obviously, the level of football is quite low. But because it's the Premier League in Malta, it still has a lot of the stuff around it that you'd expect at a higher level, like the security checks on the way in and stuff like that I don't get at my local, even though the level of quality is probably roughly similar, I would have said, if not possibly slightly worse. I don't know where the Ely City lads would end up in a Maltese Premier League team. We go till 3, Ron, generally speaking, although unless we got like a reason to carry on like, a bit longer, for example, say I don't get to the youth intake in time, although I think we will do because we've got 2 games before it and then we should be good after that. Is Shaz back yet? I think I just go with the same lineup again, don't I? There's no one that's like glaringly obvious that needs to come in. And Greek Boost, I think, is getting enough games. It's a shame that we don't have more Champions League games to play in, because then he could have got even more time, but such is life. A Syrenes player at Southampton. What? That's wild. Because that means that Southampton poached him from Syrenes. Because it's not showing up on his career stats. But, wow. What business have Southampton got poaching players from Syrenes? Like, lads, get good. Oh, God. I can't believe I'm about to do this, chat, but I'm actually going to need a pee break. I'm not used to this standing up for 4 hours malarkey. Oh, dear. It's a joke. Hey, I enjoyed my time watching the league. Like, not every... I feel like football can still be enjoyed, even if it's not the highest level of football. I think football... If anything, I probably enjoyed watching non-league more than I enjoy watching Premier League on TV sometimes, just because I feel like football's getting robotic. Discuss. Back in a sec. It was Nasser Giga. I believe that's how his name is pronounced. I wouldn't swear to it, though. Also, just randomly, I was just looking on my phone about something. I just saw this thing to do with, like, have you guys seen, I mean, most of you probably wouldn't have done, the trophy presented to the winners of the New Caledonian Cup? Because I'm going to tell you, it is really something. Might be up there with one of the best trophies I think I've ever seen. It almost looks wooden. It's so good, isn't it? Why don't all trophies look like that? It almost looks like a wooden footstool. Can't work out exactly what the trophy's even made of. I'm assuming it's wood, or it's like a really dark metal. Really cool, though. I wish I had a picture to show you offhand, but unfortunately it was on my phone, and cameras and whatnot. Yeah, but the updated databases, I think they can be quite hit and miss, because it depends on what they've updated. Because remember that they obviously don't have the capacity to update everything around the entire world, so you end up with this weird like mismatch of the way that the leagues have been updated. I think those updated saves are probably, the databases are probably good for like short-term saves, which I guess at this stage every save is a short-term save, right? Kazakhstan in Premier League is like, oh, go on. Any pictures are welcome. Just for once, I'd like to come up against the bottom club who have won one game all season and just absolutely annihilate them like every statistic says we should do. Today is the day for that. This is what we need. Come on, here we go, Dennis. Drop it across. Oh, just go alone. That's fine too. Dennis scores his first goal for the club. Love to see. Oh, here we go. Look at that. It's got like presumably this is carved out of what looks to be a tree stump, right? Or like a tree trunk. The football goes on the top of it. This isn't even doing it justice. It's not the picture. The picture I saw was on the Sweeper Pods Twitter account, then posted to their Instagram. But it was so cool. It looks like it's been carved by hand and everything. It's very cool. I just think the trophies are a bit boring, a lot of them. They all kind of have the same kind of patterns and stuff. Is he getting an overflowing bath? I don't know what do you do in an overflowing bath? Is my question. Binder has fallen off a little bit. I'm still expecting a goal and an assist from Karapik. If Karapik gets a goal and an assist in today's game as well, that would make it 4 consecutive matches where he's done both. Went for a handmade chocolate trophy. That sounds dope. Ah, bugger. Do you know what? Again, if there's ever a time for Tristan to get a serious injury, I suppose it's now, given that we're no longer in Europe. And Champions League for next year is looking pretty solid. But a second ankle break is probably not ideal for him. Though if it does give an opportunity for Stefan Greetboost to do what he did last time Tristan was injured, then maybe it's not the end of the world. Ow, shit. Now Karapici's hurt himself too. This is where all of the good players get hurt severe. I mean, I suppose I could have left him on, but why risk it? Maybe Nagala will use this as an opportunity to be introspective and think about what he's done this season, which is very little. I doubt he will. Caledonian Cup? That'd be sick too. No, definitely New Caledonia. None of this old Caledonia nonsense. Pff, that's so passé. House keeps making weird noises. I'm still not used to it. Garnier just seems to be getting average. Like, he's only saved one shot today, and it clearly wasn't that good of a chance. So why is he getting such a good average rating? I guess Tucci. Definitely because of that. And then I'll save the last sub just in case any funny business comes about. So it actually is wood. Oh, this is the Kazakhstan one. Ooh. Okay, it's going down the sort of the Bundesliga sort of style where you're going for a plate instead of a trophy. I like that. Yeah, I think it's probably the New Caledonia one just has to win because it's made of wood, I assume. And I don't think... What if that makes it lighter or heavier? Because at a certain point, wood is going to be pretty fucking hefty as well, right? Come on, second goal here. Kill the game. Relaxation. Another dub. That didn't hit the post. He somehow managed to make the ball, the trajectory of the ball, go further away from the goal than it was when he touched it. That's impressively bad finishing there, Stefan. Belts. Do you know what? I see your way of thinking and I'm on board. In fact, that would be so much better. And what the hell was that? Oh, I was getting ready to lose my shit as we were about to concede a goal in the 90th minute to the bottom club again there, but somehow Garnier's bailed us out there. Channeling in his inner Eric Kalaza to get a one-on-one chance. Oh, God, I thought we were going to give away a penalty there. Do you reckon they should... I think they should have a lineal trophy champion type thing, and that would be a belt, and then you have to hand it over to the other team whenever you lose it to them. Well played, Garnier. How was that chance not considered higher than that? I mean, hey, we got the win, but it does seem that against some of the worst teams in the league, we are... What we need is a nice mid-table side down on their luck in terms of form and morale. They seem to be our easiest targets these days. Monaco win, Marseille win. The usual suspects are winning, but we are actually now only 3 points behind Lille. Everyone has the same goal difference. I get the feeling that the games we play against these teams later in the year are going to be crucial for us, but we are now 7 points above Marseille. And I think we've won 8 of our last 9 league games. Unofficial Football Championship, yes! Use that for things exactly like that. Matt Swoker said for a pay increase. That's totally fine. You've absolutely earned it. Though last game was a bit meh. Bit meh. 9 unbeaten. 9 unbeaten and 8 wins in there too. It's kind of wild that all of that came about off the back of that shocking... Look at that spell of form. We started unbelievably this season. Then couldn't buy a win to save our lives. That's actually kind of crazy. So we won 5 of our first 6 games, and we're unbeaten for like 9. But then we're on this winless run. Well, I say winless run. A run with the 1 win in there. Was that 4 games, then a win, and then another 4. So 1 win in 9, and now we've won 8 of our last 9. This has been a completely like polarizing season. Although that does make me wonder if, my God, what a performance! A 4-all. A 4-all with 2 goals in stoppage time from Nancy. In the 93rd and a 97th minute penalty. Oh, that's got to sting. Love it. As long as it doesn't happen to me. A Haitian in Brazil? That's really weird. The fact that he only had... 117 games. To be fair, we have found some really strange things in this save where we're finding players in like Uruguay. For example, I mean, the best example of that is the guy that we signed this summer out of Uruguay. Who was he? This guy, Julio Ayala. This guy was playing for Peñarol. He's 24 years old. He'd only made 48 appearances for Peñarol by the age of 24, whilst having played double-digit times for Uruguay and being this good. Like, utterly bizarre. Wanted by FC Copenhagen, Valencia, and Damas. Ooh. Would any of you like to put a bid in? Of interest? No, didn't think so. Okay, cool. Little Man, thank you very much for the 21 months. And Medju, thank you for the follow as well. My apologies, I must have missed that. If you are new to the streams and you've enjoyed today, drop a follow. I'd appreciate that as well. As we encroach closer and closer to FN26. When I'm going to lose my mind. Unhappy promise not kept. What? How would I have found you a club in March? I offered you out for loan. And I offered you out. No longer willing to speak to me. Perfect. That means we don't have to do any pointless meetings. I guess I could have offered him out more times, but if anyone's that desperate to sign him, they could have just come to me. So I think, when was the next, sorry, not next gen, when was the Youth Intake Day last year? I think it was the 15th again, wasn't it? It's going to be on a match day. It always seems to be. France. Transfers. Youth intakes. I like there's always just a random one in the middle of the year sometimes. Like, why? Why is this random dude Jenning in June as part of a youth intake? Then we got May, April, and here we go. Also, it was the 10th of March last year, so in theory, it should be after this next game. I don't know why I'm so excited about it. Like, we've seen the preview. It was not good reading. But it's lied to us before. Maybe for once it will lie in a positive sense. I love that a C-rated player is considered below average standard. Below the required standard, I guess. But C is supposed to be average. No wingbacks, no DMs. God, this is the opposite of last year's intake, and that was gash in the end as well. Right, go. It was a mysterious guy. He was. It was old Pierre-Andre. It's definitely going to disappoint us. Remember, on the verge of financial collapse. No way. 10 million a month. Wow, we might actually see... Is there even any punishments in, say, Spain for having financial issues? Or is it like most leagues where the only punishments is that they just get a massive sponsorship deal and then all of a sudden the debt's just wiped out? Because that's what seems to happen quite a lot. That's why I'm so surprised to see Celtic in the absolute dire straits that they found themselves in at the moment. Because it rarely ever happens that way. Oh my god. Is everybody just decided not to be eligible to play? Christ. Yeah, I'm putting some of the disappointing youth intakery down to the fact that we have been improving year upon year at a pretty alarming rate. So the likelihood of us getting a 5-star potential player in those first couple of years at Sochaux, even though we had worse facilities, was probably a lot higher because our squad was a lot shitter. Oh, Tenerife lose at home to Villa. Okay, that's pretty surprising. Looks like it's not going to likely be a return to the Champions League final for Tenerife. I'm still gutted that they lost last year. Particularly as they lost to Napoli, a team that even we got a draw against. Binder no longer wants a new deal. What a guy. Which means actually very soon... Why can't I trigger it yet? He's only got 2 years left on the current deal. I should be able to trigger that extension clause really soon anyway. Then we can get down to brass tacks. Mallory was. Yeah, so there was Mallory. There was also that other guy that was never, like... The most recent good player was that guy that at first we thought was like, okay. Let me just... I'll see if I can find him. Wait, where is he? I really can't remember his name now. I assume he's in the under-19 squad. Okay, he seems to have disappeared. Guillet was the guy from Nice, wasn't he? Oh no, it was this guy. It was this guy, Diego Guillet, although it appears that he has now lost a bit of the potential. His did go up to 4.5 star at one point. I feel like I've extended contracts with those trigger clauses when they're like 3 years to go, but I clearly haven't. But that'd be good though, because if I can extend the Binder deal there, that takes him back to 5 years. And if he continues to... That pretty much takes us through to the end of the same no matter what. Who did we lose to? Ajax. We're doing okay there, I guess. Although it does seem half the time that, like, it's almost the opposite of what it tells you it's going to be. Except for that one random time at Tenerife, where it told us it was going to be goated, and it was probably arguably even better than that. Yeah, the Youth League... I feel like the game doesn't make as much of a big deal about the Youth League as perhaps it should do in many ways. It sort of just gets lost in news articles sometimes, but maybe that's just me not focusing on it a lot of the time. Right, who's available? We should have most people back, right? Except for Barnecce, obviously. And Tucci. That's annoying. So Greek Boost is in. Then, this is where it gets a bit squiffy. Charlie will come in. No, not up front! I mean, you can try it, bud, but I don't think it's going to work out too well for you. Try, second time's the charm. This time you'll go to the bench. Don't scroll. There we go. Right, and... Grabowski, I guess. We are missing a little bit of depth still, but I think it's partly because I loaned a few guys out in January after we were knocked out of the Champions League. Oh, they've got an American playing for Lens. Logan Miller, live from Brentford. Born in New York. Okay, fair enough. The fact that Tucci is still up. We haven't got anybody into double-digit assists. That's a little bit concerning. Considering last season, I'm pretty certain we had like 3 or 4 people. Hello, Hazard. How are you, friend? 27-year-old. Yeah, some players like rack up a lot of caps very early. Like, for example, the Jamaican wonder kid that Inter have, Jaleel Lawrence, he's got an obscene amount of caps for a player as young as he is. But he was getting Jamaican caps when he was like 16, I think, because he clearly is that good. I mean, he was always going to be quite good if he came through at Inter, but he looks to have been like the absolute primo guy in that intake as well. Intake last year was on the 10th of March, so it should be after this game. We've got another game on the 15th, but I don't think it'll ever be as late as that. I think even our first season's youth intake was like the 15th. Right. Away at Lens. They're a reasonable side. This is one of these games that could go either way. I think it'll be heavily predicated on whether Greet Boost can get himself up and running. Ash, I imagine if there was an Ashley in the youth intake. Just Jen's at 3.5 years old. Except it wouldn't work if it was Ashley, because that is not his name. It's just Ash. Right. This is dead as all hell. It's annoying because with the early kickoff as well, which means all the pressure is on us to get something done. And Carapichi's struggling, which is the last thing we know. I wonder if that's just because the link up with Greet Boost isn't anywhere near as good as the link up he has with Barnecce. Wow, we are stinking the place up here. Any chance of something happening, lads? Like, a draw is fine and all, but it's not really, but I don't want to give the others any sniff of being able to get anything from us. And while this is not an easy game, a bit of dwibbling. Yeah, that's really hard to say. Here we go. Oh no, it is us. Sorry, new kits have still. I've not got used to the new kits yet. Oh, go on, Dennis. Ah, bugger. Garnier is still on a 7.1 though, and he's preventing stuff. He's doing the simple stuff well. I wouldn't mind looking at the PPG with comparing Garnier and Kilaza as well. I assume it's obviously going to be favouring Garnier now that we'll have a bit more like numbers under our belt. Oh, slip him through. It's Habila. Come on, drop it across. It's Great Boost. It's 1-0. Stefan, he's surely onside, right? Oh, he's not? Bugger me. We could have really done with that because it was the two players that we really needed to do something linking up. I assume he just went a little bit too early in the middle. I'm so used to those goals just being onside. Oh. Wow, he's literally offside by a toenail. You rang, my lord. No. That was the different buggering service half. That one's for the privates. Oh, here we go. Go on, Carapi. Oh, Dardan, my man. 34 quid sounds like a very good deal. I believe the RRP is $49.99, is it not? And then with all the discounts that I offer with Fanatical, I think it comes down like 38. So if you can find for 34, that sounds like a reasonably good deal. That's a lovely finish, actually, from Dardan. Gets it out of his feet. Bang. Yeah, it depends. Honestly, as long as you're getting the best deal on it, that's all I really care about. It's not like I need to survive. I'm joking. Wow, he's had a terrible game. Who do I bring on? I could bring Nagalo on through the middle. It kind of feels weird to still be using it at this point. Can't even bring you on. Money in his pocket. Yeah, the new Cambridge United badge just isn't doing it for me. I am a desperate man. What can I say? Just looking. If you start seeing me throwing CVs around, you know there's a problem. Let's do that. And Unver's getting better and better ratings now, which is pleasing. All we have to do is not balls this up. The problem is, I feel like there's an opportunity here where I may have to bring Sven off the bench. Which does very much come under the bracket of ballsing things up, I feel. I think most of them, if they're from reputable third-party resellers, but retailers will have the early access or whatever they're calling it this year included. That's true. Pog will never be able to get married. Or she'll have to pay for it herself with her ill-gotten river gains. Feels like every highlight in the second half is just us starting with a throw-in on this right-hand side. I'm actually half expecting yet another goal from Carapichi. Oh, here we go. Wait. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's true. It may not be to me. Like, she'll get a dowry from somewhere else. Go on, keep going, DeMarco. Or just give up on the ball entirely. Wait, are we going to get a corner for that? All right. EA? Oh, no, I saw that. I stay on top of these things sparingly. Basically, I still scroll social media from time to time, so still keep up on... Still get to see the nonsense of things like that, you know? Go on, get a toe in. No. Toe in now, please. There we go. Lovely. I might try and shut this down again. Because if we were to grab a couple of these cheeky little 1-0 away wins in games we really do not deserve them in, this would actually temporarily at least send us up into second place. 9 wins in 10 games. Another man of the match performance from Garnier. Another 6 saves. He may well very much be the thing that is the difference. What is he, like G2A, or what was it called? Kinguin. Those like grey key resellers. Surely there wouldn't be keys for it yet anyway, though, because the game's not even out. Isn't she the one that has to go out with the dowry? I don't know, comrade. I haven't played CK in a while. Honestly. CD keys. Oh, I forget. I don't know if they're are they a grey reseller or not? Or are they one of the, like, certified resellers? I genuinely haven't bought anything like that for a while. Standing up nowadays. I know. Boring. Wait, who's standing up? I'm sitting down. This is actually a bar stool that slides around. That's a great result. Very lucky result. Wait, is there an international break now that I'm not aware of? What is FM? What is this screen and how did I end up on it? Okay, that was strange. Yeah, I only buy homegrown grass-fed porn. We're still in the UCL. I think you're right, though. He just keeps doing things. No, the issue isn't on the player side. The issue is where the keys come from. It's the sourcing of the keys that is where the issue is. Bro's barely on the screen now. Garnier is up at 9.71 goals prevented this season. That's insane. He's breaking the metric. What a guy. I don't know how he's gained that amount, considering he only... Sure. I'm not even knocking it. Man is just next level. PPG. Garnier, 2.09 now, and it continues to grow. Kilaza, on the other hand... Jesus Christ. So yeah, he's like a full... It's a lot. He's a lot better. Just adding him, Garnier. Jose Claudio made a big splash for it as well. I do like the PPG metric. Over a long season, you can sort of see who's actually contributing quite a lot. And who's sort of like reasonably okay. Like Greek Boost is right there with Barnetche as well, which is quite impressive. Is there anyone that I'm undervaluing? Honestly, Habila at 1.8 is a lot better than Shazli and probably deserves the start more than him at this point now. Oh, it's a 9-day rest. So it's not really an international break. It's just a random... Oh, it's because Friday to Sunday. Yeah, they fell off a truck. At gunpoint. Never know where gunpoint is, but people are being held there frequently, so they should probably check on that. Liquidity? Ah, nothing. Nothing at all. I don't know. I don't know how it works. They're not stealing from me. Oh, for God's sake, Habila hates big matches too. Everybody hates big matches. Anyone else going to break my heart while we're at it? He's been 22 for a while. Ay. God damn. Not great. Problem is we don't have time to restock and rebuild these guys. It's just as well with Sirens, I had about 700 players, so eventually one of them was going to have big matches. It's aware in the middle of bloody Stoke. Oh, I see. I didn't know. Watch Angers win that game now. Just out of nowhere. Sparta, a Bulgarian side, just loaning players to Bragantino. I wonder how they're getting on these days. A draw. Ruined. Yeah, the big matches lottery has very much been going against us a bit as of late. Let me just do that, and then I will... I thought that was a regen for a second there. I mean, it probably is, but like... I thought that was one of the players from our search. We'll have... No, not Matty Caps. That's one for the summer. Right. There we go. Still no one. Okay, a couple of guys. Vladimir. Oh, just a good name. Just a solid name. Makes me think of a vampire. Joao Francisco. Oh, dear. He's got reasonable professionalism. He's only 17. These players are beyond us. Realistically, I think we've probably got 2 seasons left after this. Might splash out big in the summer if we sell Nagalo. Just try and find a couple of guys that could just make us better overall. Tenerife gold intake. I don't think so. As much as I have it set to like stay up to date, I don't think it actually does in the same way. Like if I show you the shortlist for Tenerife Massive. Oh, I don't have it. Well, I certainly don't now. I did have it set to stay up to date, but I think I just got sick of seeing them in the goddamn intake reports. Sorry, not intake reports. You know what I mean. But most of them, I mean, they're all of age now, right? Because even the youngest one, where is the age? Oh, there they are. Yeah, the youngest one actually is a Jose. Yeah, we don't have the knowledge. I might be able to sit that on that. The Champions League before 26, I would be very surprised. Unless, I mean, this is the thing. This team is still very well placed when you look at like the quality of the players and then the ability, the potential of a lot of these. A lot of them have got a lot of room to improve and they're pretty good now. Which makes me think that there's still a chance, particularly in that second of the 2 remaining seasons, that we could just go on an absolute miracle run. In the same way that like that Tenerife team we built got to the final with a few additions. Youth intake report was dreadful, like truly awful. It was a 2-star intake report with 1 C-rated player and then everybody else absolutely useless pretty much. 700k for South Africa. Jesus Christ. You've had some really good luck with South African players. Whoa, he's a really good wing-back. Dribbling's not perfect, but he's good enough and he's fast enough. Except he stays back at all time. That'd be one of those things that I would desperately try to get rid of for the entire 7. It just wouldn't work. If you had to explain football to an alien who only understands the concept of sandwiches, how would you do it? Okay, interesting. Lille win again. Which pretty much mods. Monaco lose as well. It's basically us versus Lille at this point. Okay. Right. So they only understand the concept of sandwiches. Subs explain themselves, yeah. When you say explain football, do you mean the rules of football? Like, what are we talking here? I don't think I have the mental acuity to be able to do that. Plus, I'd just get hungry as well, which I am now starting. Honestly, just thinking about sandwiches has now made me hungry. I'm probably going to make some toast after stream. Pog's going to be back relatively late tonight because he's got to drive 2.5 hours back from Lincoln. The game of football. I don't know how I would even use sandwiches to describe that. Because if they only understand the concept of sandwiches, they wouldn't understand any other reference points for like what sport is. I guess. This is where I struggle. I'd find that... Oh my god! Chat, there's a 4.5-star PA youth intake player in this intake. In our 1.5-star intake, there's a guy. Remy Lemaitre. There's also a guy called Mohamedou Guff. Then there's Mark Thomas. Francois Jimenez. In it just. Corentin Favre. Further down. Marvin Barry. Logan Ulrich. Oh. Right, there's got to be some second nationalities on some of these lads. No? Okay, apparently not. You obviously Spanish. Guth. He's just straight up French. Mark Thomas, he's got to have a second. There he goes, he's American. Born in Besançon. Cool. Want, desire. No, actually yet. There's a chance though. You're probably very French, right? Yep. I always like to do the others first. Keep myself guessing. Marvin Barry. Remy the Master. I like that. Logan Ulrich, he's got to have... Oh, I thought he'd have a German or American. Armand Pecquignon. Good name. Yanis Peyrard. God, these guys are pretty naff. Ooh. I mean, well, circling back to him, he's definitely getting... Wow. Eunice Persolo. Gabriel Hernandez Vial. All right, fine. We'll go to him. Here he is. It's Irvin Gay, a French-Vietnamese player from Tuen Chang. Or Quang. Might be Chang. I mean, that's a... He doesn't sound Vietnamese or French. That's what's more confusing about him. I mean, he's definitely getting a contract just because he's Vietnamese and French. Oh, we've wanted one for a while, but that's cool. Youth contract, fine. 2 teams of people are trying to deliver the sandwich to the other side of the field, where the other team tries to stop. The problem is they wouldn't understand what a field is. There's the issue. We've also got this guy, Maceras, and then lastly, well, not lastly, Antonio Rodriguez, who isn't really... Right, Remy. Remy's the one we want. Please be actually good. He's a CM. Because he does have good composure for 15. His finishing is not bad for 15. He is glacially slow, though. I worry that he's going to be one of those players that actually, when they get reassessed, is probably going to drop down to more like here. But honestly, I wasn't even expecting anyone to be this good in the intake. Yeah, the 3 vision is gopping. I mean, it can improve. It's just... Also, fairly determined, level-headed. He's, like, better than I expected to get from this youth intake, given what we were... Given the information we had, I'm surprised we got anyone even as good as this. He does have the work rate, and he's aggressive. Could improve a lot. That's a good sign. He could be one of those guys that if he does have, like, goated PA in there somewhere, which there's every chance he could, that could easily change to 5 stars. It often does go up by, like, 1/2. It might just be a question of trying to mold him. Not that there's time to mold him, but, like, he's determined. Yeah, I mean, determined is fine, but there's no hint that he's got reasonably good professionalism. That's the problem. Like, determined and level-headed don't really hint at him having particularly good professionalism, and that's what he would need if we were to... Say he did have good PA. For us to mold him into a usable player, he would need to be reasonably professional just to deal with that. Come on, Tenerife, turn it around. He's our Zinchenko. And Bala scored, then got sent off. So Tenerife out the Champions League. Tut, lads. You're better than this. I mean, you got to the final last year. Scale. What would that even entail? Should I please improve? Wow, you played 1 game. He'd be a leading player for most League R sides. That's actually semi-impressive considering he's still only 19. He's just never going to get a chance to play as a consistent striker or even as a shadow striker here because of Barnetche. But Barnetche is just generally better. But he's had more time to develop. For all we know, he has higher PA than Barnetche. But it is really pretty much a case of who's good now for us. Gay leads the way for... See, I knew there was something I liked about this guy. He's led the way. Did they? Oh, no, he is there. For some reason, I thought he hadn't played. The 2 guys that we actually are interested in are the 2 that did the best. Irwin is the man. Because if we did Greet Boost on the wing, we'd be basically stopping the development of Carapici, who I think is possibly even the best of the... Maybe not the best of the bunch. Carapici looks like he's the real deal. He's just stepped in without missing a beat. He's not bad, is he? Like, lacks intelligence. Harsh on poor Remy. He's only young. Give him a chance. He will learn. Maybe he'll learn. Oh, Khan as well. We get to finish off with that, maybe? What do you mean injured? You've only just... Wow. Shasley is properly work shy, isn't he? Yeah, I think he needs to play as the Shadow. The thing is, because of his squad status and his age, he's not going to expect to play. So if I did start playing him out wide, I think we'd sort of... Not ruin him, but... His role in this team is basically as Tristan's backup. And I think that's okay, because Tristan, thankfully, or not thankfully... gets injured enough each season that Greek Bruce is definitely going to play a load again. Plus, I always... Well, not always, but... If it was like in about 80% of matches, I bring him on as a sub as well. So he's getting a decent amount of minutes and a lot of starts just from having to rotate for the league and cup and various other things. 2 players called up. Habila. How are you still getting into the... Oh, no. This is not that, is it? we're going to be right backless soon, aren't we? Because Habila's going to be in that bloody tournament. Fuck. Right, Montpellier, do me a favour. Yeah, Chan comes back to bite us yet again. I thought we were past that, but no. Okay. Actually, that does help. We still can't take the lead, but yeah, NAFCON is going to screw us again. Because Shazly's now injured and Habila can't start the next game. And I don't know who's going to play right back for us, but it might end up being Sven. There's a non-zero chance that Sven is starting the next game. Concerningly. God, how many clean sheets have we kept, actually, since Barnetche stepped in? 1, 2, 3. We've had 3 clean sheets. No, like 4 and 6. Not bad. I think I can stomach losing a player to AFCON because it's a prestigious tournament, you know? They should have their chance to play in it. And it occurs, at least with some of our league season, not being encroached upon by it because, you know, our international, like, our winter break doesn't end until, like, middle to late January anyway. But this one is just like, hi, it's March. Let's just steal your players for a while. Because they're gone for quite a good while, if I recall. And we've got Lille and PSG to come up. Laurent bit to lose. Okay. Paris FC are so lucky this year that there are 3 teams that are just emphatically shitter than them. Because they'd be cooked otherwise. Oh, we're no longer the second best. Which does explain our performances lately. Nice, yeah, their goose is absolutely chefed as well. God, they're so mid. Perfection. Like 17th at home, I feel like I could get away with Sven in that game. Right? And knowing him, he'd end up scoring the winner or something. Not that our right backs really score a lot, which is something I definitely want to learn. In fact, something we might want to focus on next stream genuinely is trying to tweak our right back position a little bit, just to try to get a bit more out of it. Because I know Habila plays better there, but even his average ratings are not great. I wouldn't mind trying to figure out something that could maybe get us a little bit of average rating from our right backs and make them slightly more productive, provided it doesn't come at the expense of everybody else. But that's probably what the plan is going to be for next stream. What? That better be an actual international break. And we're not going to lose both Matsuoka and Renona Ryder again. Can't really afford to lose him. We've been way too good with his back. Monaco win. PSG beat Marseille. Nantes drew. Okay, that's basically pretty much, if we beat Caen then, we'd go 9 points clear and top 4 would be in the bag, which is lovely. Right. Who's missing? Actually, no one from the starting 11 at least. Wait, what? Oh. I guess crisis averted? Bro's still here. I guess when it said 2 players on international duty there, it wasn't him. He must be leaving it. I know the game wasn't until the 19th, but I've just figured that, you know, with the annoying way that FM works, they just go early because, you know, they've got to travel and things like that. Pathetic. Okay, that's easier then. I like it when I don't have to change anything. He's missed his plane. Fine by me. Go off, sis. Right, I guess the same lineup again, right? Pretty much our best team. Yeah, Green Boost is actually, this is his 30th appearance, or rather 31st appearance for us this season. So, albeit only 9 starts. But he's done okay. God, Dennis really doesn't like playing that role, does he? Yeah, they teleport home, obviously. What, you mean you're not using teleportation when you get a dicky tummy? Prah. You're missing out on the prime technology. Okay, we're still... So I think PSG might have just won every single game for as long as I can remember in this save now. Robin Goossens, or Goossens, is the manager. Let's have it. Retired from internationals. I'm not sure he'll do that at 23. I think he can consider that a bit of an insult. Angers lost to... Oh my god, look at that. I don't know if you saw it actually. Angers lost to Troyes. They missed 2 penalties in the same game and then conceded in the 91st minute. It's Stefan Greenboost to already give us the Lindy's done it. Carapici does it again. He is just chefing with assists and goals this season. I don't think we've ever had a player that is as productive on the right as Carapici. I know Nogalo's had some good goal-scoring seasons, but Carapici's good both at goal-scoring and passing. Like, he's creating goals for other people as well. I think next year he could go for, like, Binder numbers of 15 and 15. Ah, yes, the Champions League games on Saturday. We had that happen quite a lot in Malta for some reason. Because of ground sharing is usually what happens. What kind of tactic are you going for? Oh, there you go. No, I just realised it doesn't actually show it. It's just your pretty standard 3-3-2-2 asymmetric waffle. It's just basic stuff. It's me throw stuff at wall and then something stuck, and it turns out it was this. And we move. Wolverhampton with the Frank Lampard Stadium. Oh, that's always fun. I bloody love FM building stadiums for major tournaments that no club team ever plays in, but then you can randomly share them sometimes for like stadium issues. That was insane. What a strike from Grieterboost. It's 2-0. He is fully busting up there. That is wonderful. Those don't go in. He just picks it up straight from the free kick from Binder. Cuts inside. He's so far out. What a strike. That's like what everyone thinks Matty Cash's goal was. What a strike. Assist for Binder. 2-0 up. Tremendous. It sends us into second. Only one... Oh, go on. 3-0? Oh, the outside of the post. Good lord. I mean, a nice hat-trick for Grieterboost here would be doing wonders for his confidence. Since he's... I mean, is he going to finish the season? No, I think Barnecce might be back for the end of the season, but... I mean, hey. If Grieterboost is still scoring at an alarming rate, I wouldn't be in a rush to take him out of the team. Once Barnecce's back, if Grieterboost is still scoring, he stays in the team. Go on. Third goal by half-time, and we're just really starting to chef then. Trying to catch up with all the goals from last season. Oh, go on. Bend it. Oh, I thought we were getting another absolute monster there. Come on, Dardan. You've got 4 players on you. Take them on. What? Okay, that is the dumbest animation I've ever seen. What even happened there? He went like this. If this gets given as a penalty, which it shouldn't be, because I don't think it's even in the box. Yeah, that's crazy. That was even given as a free kick. I've never seen that animation of the attacking player before. Considering after 2 years and 1,000 odd hours, I've seen something new. I'll take it. Third goal by half time. We can start to not shut it down. In fact, do the opposite of that. Uh-oh. Please don't concede on the stroke of half time to these mugs. They are appalling. Oh, you're just leaving him open, aren't you? There's 2 of you on him. Please don't. Good defending. Oh my god, why is everybody shooting from 1,000 yards away today? I mean, you're welcome to keep doing it. It's unlikely to happen twice in one game, but what a strike. I would like to see players shoot from silly distances in 26 a little bit more and have them go in occasionally in a way that is just uber satisfying. I think that'd be fun. Wow. Cardiff actually had a few chances today. But as usual, Garnier's just better than everybody. If he finishes the season with more than 10 XG prevented, that would be insane. I don't think I've ever seen it that go that high. I think he's supposed to have pulled his collar, yeah, but I've never seen that before. I've just never seen a player even reach for someone like that and actually have it trigger an animation. Illegal Stefan Alic. Yes. Now we're talking. Right, come on. Third goal here. Velasquez just doesn't seem to challenge at the front post anymore for whatever reason. Oh, go on, Dardan. Oh, he's gone deep. Oh. Oh. We're overcomplicating it now. Let's try again. No, never mind. Low teamwork. Yeah, I think it does. You notice the low teamwork mechanic more on defensive players. The best example is on goalkeepers. Another one of the issues, actually, that we had with Kilaza was that he had low teamwork. What's Garnier's teamwork out of interest? I think his teamwork's either the same or worse. So we're probably going to have the same issue with Garnier on teamwork, at least. Bend it? Don't know if he's into Pokemon cards, honestly. I don't think when did I start getting into Pokemon? Then again, I was probably too young to get into Pokemon when I was 3 or 4 years old because I don't think Pokemon actually existed yet. Oh, it just feels wrong to say out loud. We'll get Unveron. Was like 7. I don't think it is. I think his teamwork was like 12 or 10 or something. I don't think it was as low as that. It just appeared to be as low as that. Because I think that was one of the things we debated originally was like, how his teamwork differences weren't going to make... I will look. You don't need to tell me what to do. I'm going to look. I'm just saying that I don't believe it's that low. I was just doing the substitutions. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought it was like 12. Oh, it's 9. So we'll sort of have to split the difference on that one. Like, Garnier is slightly better, but it's not like night and day. He is definitely going to do it less, though, which can only ever be a good thing. Oh, I know what it was. I think it was Mbaja who had it as 11 or 12 or something. The other guy, the other goalkeeper we have. We don't really have any goalkeepers that have good teamwork, really. Tactical fouls would be fun. Just more dark arts. No worries, man. Oh, shit, Habila's hurt himself now. Oh, wait. Maybe Habila gets hurt, misses AFCON. Sorry, not AFCON, NAFCON. Problem solved. Teach you how to play the game. And that's true, actually. I've never really understood how to play Pokemon as the card. I only did the collectible side of things. In fact, my Pokemon cards are literally on the floor down there. I got them back off my mum a few months ago. Some proper bangers in there. Oh, here we go. Dennis, drop it across. Oh, he's going to shoot, isn't he? Of course. And to be fair, what a strike that is. 3-0. Dennis Anderson does the business. It's an assist for Goalkeeper as well. Glorious. Yeah, Angers are... well, you saw the thing with the 2 missed penalties in the 91st minute. Sorry, yeah, 91st minute winning goal. 2 different players missing penalties too is just the ultimate in ignominy. Right. Who am I even taking him? I can't take him. Actually, I could do that, I suppose. And then just bring on Tiani. Footedness is good. I feel like I did play Alec Chowie as a right back initially at times when we first got to the club. Oh, okay. He just doesn't want a hat trick, does he? 8,000. Jesus Christ, what was in that? I mean, mine's probably not worth very much. I do have a lot of like base set cards because obviously all of my Pokemon card collection is basically from either the late 90s or basically the late 90s, early noughties, because I only collected it at that time. So all of the cards in it are from either the base set or like the jungle and the fossil collections. That's basically, and a few like random Japanese ones I have. Another 1.09 goals prevented from Mr. Garnier. He's going to win us the Champions League. I feel it. We only scored 2. We had that exact thing happen to us. It was either earlier in this save or it was on the Cyrene save. We had that guy where no matter how many times we checked, well, not just one guy, we had several players that just could not score a penalty to save their lives. They were embarrassingly bad at penalties. So that's another win. 54 points. What did we get last year? It was like 70 something, wasn't it? 75. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to quite get 75. Technically, the most we can get is 78 from this stage, in fairness. But that doesn't really matter. Defensively, we've been absolutely insane. 85 to 90% score rate is very good. It's above the metric of, like, I think it's like 79%. Jesus Christ. I mean, I have a Charizard from the original base. It's not like a first edition or anything like that, but I do have that and all of, like, I think I have pretty much all the cards on the base set in there. And then some really, really strange ones. Like, they gave out these promo cards for the first Pokemon movie. When you went to see the movie at the cinema, you got like these, I think it was either a Mew or a Mewtwo. No, it was Mewtwo. These Mewtwo promo cards. Those were kind of fun. I have quite a few of those, I think. I think I have had the autosave on there, haven't I? Right, regardless. So, next stream, we're going to finish off the rest of the season. We obviously have Next Gen Day and things like that. We've won an astonishing amount of games recently. It's literally, I think, 10 wins and 1 draw in our last 11 games. But now we have to play Leo, PSG, and all the good guys. So we've put ourselves in a strong position, but I have every faith that it's going to go wrong because it's just what happens to us right now. And now I should get the pleasure of sending you lovely folks over to Mr. United City FM. Let me just sort this out properly. Right, let's try that. There we go. Right, nice. Because what a day for it. Boom. How's Youth and Day? Do you know what? Actually not that bad. It was supposed to be shit, but we actually got a 4.5-star PA player in it, which is nice. It's lovely to be back. And we shall continue things on Thursday as we... actually, if it's Thursday, we'll probably have some nice news to talk about with F26 at some point during that stream. If it drops around the same sort of time that it normally does, that'll give us some nice little extra ditties to discuss. So yes, thank you for joining me as always. Thank you for the gifted subs earlier as well, and all the resubs and just all the general good vibes. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. I'm going to now patiently wait for Pog to get back from work. Like a widow of C. Anyway, I'll see you guys very, very soon. Hold your gun. Cappy